Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Big match coming up. Big match coming up.
Test, test, test. 1, 2.
Okay, folks, please join me in welcoming your Master of Ceremonies, Stanford Orfila.
Good morning, Chezy Champs! We're so excited to have all 41 of you guys back here for day number 3 at Chezy Champs. But as you guys know, only 4 will walk away here as champions, and today we're going to find out who those 4 are. Before we get into the competition action here today, we want to thank our incredible sponsors that we have here for Chezy Champs. We're extremely grateful for Bellarmine College Prep for allowing us to host this event for the 11th time at this amazing venue. Kettering University, another one of our sponsors, and the sponsors who helped us make our wonderful trophies. Fabworks, who you can use code for FRC2710 for 5% off your order at Fabworks. Amex Platings and Gilbert Spray Coat helped us make all of our trophies. Please give a round of applause to all of our amazing sponsors for this event who helped us put this on. We're so thankful. And next up, you saw them all day yesterday, and they are back today with some insights and analysis. Let's hear it from our friends at Robo Sports Network.
All right, yes, we are back today. Thank you, Stanford. I'm Izzy. I'm joined by Evan and Dave. We'll be breaking down all the action here today. If you want to follow along online, you can follow us on Instagram, Facebook, and Twitch at Robo Sports Network. We're going to send it back down to the field before we break down match 57.
All right, folks, just a reminder, line selection is going to be happening 8 minutes after the end of the last qualification match. If you're an Alliance captain, it's incredibly important that you are ready because you'll have 45 seconds for your first pick and 1 minute and 30 seconds for your second and third picks. So please have those pit lists ready before Alliance selection. We're also going to be giving out some awards during the scheduled breaks during the playoffs, so please stick around and make sure that you have a team representative in the stands paying attention so you don't miss your award. And with that, it's time to get these matches started. Teams, come get these robots on. And RSN, let's hear it for our first match preview.
So before we break down or preview this first match, let's look at our top 10 rankings heading into the day.
All right, Evan, what do you see up here?
Yeah, so we've played anywhere between 8 and 9 matches for most of these teams. We're starting to bubble into what's going to be our final 8. I think the thing that stands out to me the most is a lot of those top teams are not from California. We have a lot of out-of-state teams that have really come to play here at Chezy, and that's super awesome. The other thing is it doesn't necessarily show in the RPs because some of these teams are matches ahead and match behind, but really all the top 8's within like 5 RP, which is one match. So every single match this morning is going to matter.
Yeah, I'd be really surprised if the rankings looked like this by the end of the day. Let's throw it over. Let's take a preview for match number 57. What do you see, Evan, on the red lines?
Yeah, so speaking of rankings, 94-42 and 604 are 2 of our teams that are currently ranked in the top 8. So this match absolutely matters for them, not just about getting the win, but about getting every single ranking point that they can. And then Blue Alliance, no slouch, 841 has been quietly putting up big points. They're just outside the top 10 right now, looking to move up.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see 94-96. They've got that citrus clone going, and it's basically every match they get a little bit closer to that ceiling that we've seen with that citrus robot all year. And I just want to give a quick shout out to my friends, the Pumpkin Bots, 87-93. Where are you?
Let's go.
They're like 4. Yeah, shout out Pumpkin Bots over there. Hold on. All right.
Yeah, you mentioned the Citrus Clone. We've got a couple of teams here that have built brand new robots for this event, which is one of the really cool things about off-season events, and especially Chezy Champs. And they're performing really well, and a lot of those teams are starting to find their groove. So we may see some surprises come playoffs.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, let's throw it down to the match to introduce the teams.
Before we meet these teams, just want to shout out our other MCs and game announcers that we have this weekend. We've got Andrew Lawrence, Junhee, and we've got Tom coming in later today. But let's go ahead and meet these teams for qualification. Match number 57. First up on your Red Alliance, 94-42.
They're the Miso Mechanics.
In the middle, 604.
Quicksilver.
And last up on red, 87-93.
They're the Pumpkin Bots.
Moving on over to blue, we've got 841.
The Biomex.
In the middle, 973.
Gray Bots.
And coming to us from North Carolina, we've got 94-96.
They're Link.
We are ready to go here for qualification match number 57. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go!
Welcome back, folks, for another great day at the Chezy Championship. They're starting off qualification match 57 with a strong autonomous mode. 94-42 on the Red Alliance, doing their lollipop auto, getting those center coral. Close autonomous mode, 47-44. Red Alliance with a very slight lead, but it's going to be anyone's game at this point, folks. 604 doing their little cute launch of the algae up into that red barge. Up and over once again for the Leland High School team. Miso Mechanics, they are on fire on the Red Alliance. Putting up coral after coral on that red reef. Over on Blue Alliance, we've got Link with the Citrus Circuits clone bot. They're doing the exact same thing. Coral after coral after coral. It's too much to handle. (973) and Link, algae up and in. A little bit of an overshot for the gray bots. That's going to put an extra algae on the Red Alliance side of the field. If Red capitalizes on that, that could be the difference maker with this 131 to 135 or 135 all tied match. A minute remaining in the score. 604 getting the last algae off the reef for the Red Alliance. Tossing it up and in. (94-96), their Link over on the red side of the field. They are trying to steal algae from the red side of the field, but they're having some trouble collecting that game piece. Maybe an elevator issue. Something's not going right. There it goes. Oh, no, now it's wrong. Wishing them the best of luck as they figure that out in time for the end game. 973 lining up for their cage climb. 8 seconds remaining with 195 to 183. It's going to come down to this end game. 2 robots in the air for blue, 2 in the air for red. We will see how this gets scored at the end. Scores are in 222 to 209. A full 6 ranking points for the Red Alliance. Blue Alliance walking away with 2. Let's send it over to the RoboSports Network so they can give us some analysis.
All right, the Red Alliance takes the win there, bumping up 94-42 and 604 up 1 in the rankings. Now, tell me a little bit about that algae game played in that match.
Yeah, it definitely, you could see coming out of auto, it was a pretty close match, 47-42, 973 coming out and having their algae auto, which we haven't seen much of, but they've definitely got it in the bank, and they pretty much immediately start focusing on working through clearing up all of the algae, which is something that we've noticed the entire event. The more algae you have off of that field and the cleaner your side is, the easier it is for you to really just focus on the coral and not have to worry about stuff getting in your way. And it really, I really think it helped them keep up with this. And you can see a little bit through the match. Link also pivots. It looks like maybe they had a little bit of intake issues, and they thought really well on their feet and switched over. You can see them traveling over the other side of the field, and since Red didn't do much with the algae, they just dropped it on the floor. They left it really susceptible for the Blue Lines to come over and try and capitalize on that.
Yeah, and I mean, close match score at the end, small margins making the difference, and these are the kind of strategic things that you need to think through. So, a lot of coral scored on both sides, but you could see the difference in the net algae, 10-5, allowing the Blue Alliance to keep it close, even though maybe the match wasn't going exactly how they wanted it to.
Yeah, and this went really well for Red with Miso jumping up into 3 and 604 Quicksilver jumping up into 6. All right, let's jump over to match 58. This one should be pretty good. On the Red Alliance, we got team 254, 1678, and 1671. Big firepower alliance. If you're the Blue Alliance, Evan, how are you going to play this?
Well, I think for our Blue Alliance, all of these teams are not really in contention for one. Well, actually, Octobots, I think, are up there. So this is a big match for them. You're just trying to secure all the RPs you can. And, Bare Metal's had a bit of a rocky event here, so they're definitely trying to bounce back, show what they can do, and maybe pop off right before we get to playoffs.
Yeah, I think when you have a team like Bare Metal, you know what their ceiling is, right? They have a phenomenal robot and a phenomenal team. So even though the standings might not be reflective of it, they're going to go out there and they're going to put up a really good fight. So.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen all throughout yesterday consistency matters, and any given match, something can go not your way, and this is a game of small margins. So, Red's got the firepower, but that doesn't mean that Blue's out of it by any means.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if they play any opportunistic defense, send anybody over to try and shuffle up. We know with the high-level alliances, it can be really easy to disrupt that flow, which can cause a lot of issues further into the match when you're trying to really facilitate. You've got the full reef and you've got to go to very specific spots. So there's plenty of opportunities to disrupt that so you can come back and catch up. And with that, we'll send it down to the field for match number 58.
Let's meet these teams. Qualification match number 58. First up on your Red Alliance, we've got 254.
They're the Chezy Poofs.
In the middle, 1678.
Citrus Circuits.
And last up on red, 2015 world champions alongside 1678, 1671.
The Buchanan Bird Brains.
Over here on blue, we've got 8048.
East Palo Alto Churrobots.
In the middle, 2046.
Bare Metal.
And last up on blue, 9084.
They're the Octobots.
We are ready to go here. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go!
We are off with our favorite blue machine, 254, running their famous now 4 Coral Auto. Poor Coral and almost got the algae. It was all right. One snafu. Red Alliance 61, blue 44. Couldn't help but watch how far these teams score. Octobots on the blue alliance. They're grabbing that algae and scoring into the blue barge. .254 handling a coral jam with ease. Their partner 1678 scoring an L2 coral. Red Alliance is already getting most of that reef scored up high. A minute and a half remaining in the match, 116 to 72. Blue's gonna have to play some very unique strategies to offset this powerhouse Red Alliance. We're gonna see ranking points prioritized above all else. Ooh, 254 overshooting that algae, missing a coral. Not a good combination for our event hosts. Bare metal on the Blue Alliance. They have Coral in hand, quite literally. And it's getting scored into the L1 position. They're going for that ranking point. (254) doing the same thing. L1s to get the ranking point for the Reef. Buchanan Bird Brains. Score and a hit for the Buchanan High School team. Real-time scoring has almost 100 points between these two teams with 20 seconds remaining. It's Red's game to lose, but it's going to come down to the climbs to make sure everyone gets a full 3 RP. Octobots are up for blue. 1678 aligning for the Red Alliance. We only have 3 seconds remaining. Will Red get up in the air? Oh, 254 falls. Our scores are in, and it goes to the Red Alliance, 232 to 159. Red Alliance taking away all 6 ranking points, boosting 254 to 3rd place. Robo Sports Network, tell us what happened.
All right, 232 points scored by the Red Alliance in this match takes the win. In such a high-scoring match at such a high level of play, break down the Alliance coordination required to pull off that kind of a match.
Yeah, I think if you're looking at this, if you're looking for a match to watch at this event where you're seeing some high-caliber teams coordinating really well, this is it. You can see that they're really playing to everybody's strengths with 254 going on the far side and 1678 driving the long way around the back of the reef, really keeping that front zone clear for 1671 so they can make those cycles, those short cycles back and forth. Evan, I know you've got a lot of experience with like coordinating all of this stuff. What was your take on it?
Yeah, when you've got a combination of high-power teams like this, a lot of the times what you're trying to do is find the role that your partners are the best at and let them do that. So in this case, 1671 is just able to do the front of the reef very consistently, just do exactly what they're the best at, and Citrus and Poofs kind of fill in the rest of it. Maybe it's not as flashy, maybe it's not as showy, maybe you're not putting up the same number of like total game piece count, but as an alliance, you're putting up big numbers, and we saw that here.
Yeah, definitely.
Absolutely, and this bumps up 1678 into the top 8 position they've been trying to kind of crawl back from since yesterday at the start of quals. 254 bumps into 3rd. But let's take a preview for qualification match 59. Dave, tell us a little bit about the Red Alliance.
Yeah, the Red Alliance, we got 3478, 4270, 3045. Lambots with that 2056 clone, which has been great. Evan, you got a little insight on them.
Yeah, one of our other teams that built a new robot for this event, and they've been slowly improving it over the course of the event. I think it's still maybe not exactly where they want it to be, but that's the opportunity that you get here. This is a team that was on Einstein this year, the first Mexican team to make it to Einstein. Huge deal, and just one of the perennial beacons of what this program can be in Mexico. And they said, you know what? We're going to build a whole new robot. We're going to use this as a learning experience, and we're going to take it to one of the hardest competitions in the off season and test our stuff. And they're out here playing great.
Yeah, and on the Blue Alliance, we got 581, 2813, and 5507. I'm really excited to see 581. I think they've slowly been climbing up in with that robot ceiling. That's another team that did a little bit of a rebuild in the middle of the season, right? And they have this new architecture that they took to a couple events and in Worlds, and we've seen the potential of this architecture, and they're getting close to hitting that ceiling, and so they're really absolutely making waves.
Yeah, we've seen some new auto modes out of them at this event, going for those marks, still trying to get that dialed in, so we'll see what they do with this match. Izzy?
Yeah, let's throw it down to the field for qualification match 59.
Well, let's meet the teams for qualification match number 59. First up on your Red Alliance, we've got 3478.
Lambots. Okay.
In the middle, 4270.
Crusaders.
And last up on red, 3045.
The Gear Gremlins.
Over on blue, first up, we've got 581.
Blazing Bulldogs.
In the middle, 2813.
Gearheads from Saratoga, California.
And last up on blue, 5507.
The Robotic Eagles. I suck at that, okay.
Radio stations are like, you gotta like you put this extra emphasis into your voice because a lot of it gets lost through the microphone.
Yeah.
You gotta like overdo it. You gotta like dramatize it. Okay. Because if you sound like this when you're just talking, it sounds completely insane.
Yeah, okay.
But on the microphone, it sounds.
Okay, that's fine. So he does 3, 2, 1, and then I just reply.
Yeah. Feel 3, 2, 1, go.
And
Da 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 da. And now
Do you do
after that.
final? Do you do final score, or do I do final?
You do final score. It'll
Okay.
flash at you over there, and then. Or you do it. I do just wait till you hear the. Boom.
So I
and
go
you're like,
like-
oh, it's
So this goes to the Blue Alliance, 281
Yeah.
to whatever. Okay. Yeah, okay.
See, we have.
So I'm lost in the sauce. Yeah.
I just think we're real bad.
Okay, I'm doing live feed. Yeah.
I had a girl announce at this event, and she messed up a team's number in front of the microphone and said, "Gonna kill myself."
At this
Yeah.
event?
120, 16, 17.
We are ready to go here for qualification match number 59. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, we have 3 coral for Red Alliance and 3 coral for the Blue Alliance. It seems that we have 1 algae also for the Red Alliance. Okay. A lot of L4 for the Red Alliance and a lot of... We see... What the fuck? Okay. All right, another L4 from 4270. And it seems that 3045 is also going for 2 algae. 581 putting up another algae for their alliance, as well as an L4. We're seeing a lot of funnel bots from the Blue Alliance. Team 3478 with their interesting intake for the ground. Do I comment on score also or no? Do I comment on score? Okay. Okay. A minute 30 left. The score is relatively even. We see 3 algae for both. Team 4270 going for their L2. Second attempt. Good. Team 3478 going for L3. We see a relatively even coral distribution at the moment. 1 minute remaining. Team 5507 going for L3, followed by Team 2813 going for L2. Nothing's broken, so it's pretty good so far. 4270 trying to fill up the bottom L1. Good for 2. 581 somehow scoring that algae. Yeah. 581 going for a steal. They get it. Will they put it up? Good for another algae. Team 5507 scoring more L1. 3478 going for a climb? Maybe? Yeah. Okay. 8 seconds remaining. All these teams going for their climbs. 581 good. 4270 good. 2813 good. 4 climbs. All right, the final score going to the Blue Alliance, 236 to 222. As we can see, the distribution being 6 ranking points and 3 ranking points. All right, now queuing to RSN.
All right, the Blue Alliance takes the win there in a very, very close match. Dave, Evan, break down the alliances from this match.
Yeah, looking at the Blue Alliance, it was really great to see 581. They're really clicking. You could see them. They're really dialed on everything. That execution, that robot is one of the fastest to acquire and actually get the coral on the reef. And when they do it, it's absolutely blazing.
Yeah, and they hit that auto mode that we were looking for. Talked about preseason, but on the red side, I mean, obviously it was a really tight match, neck and neck on both sides. Want to shout out 4270, the Crusaders, one of our only Hawaii representative this year. While they did lose this match, and that pushes them down a little bit from a stats perspective, they are quietly one of the best coral scoring robots we have at this event. So I expect them to see them really pushing it far in playoffs.
Yeah, and they walked away with 3 RP, so if you're going to take the loss, that's all you could ask for.
Yep, all the bonuses.
Yeah, and looking ahead to qualification match 60, over on red we have 44-14 High Tide. Expect them to bring a very high firepower to this match, to their alliance. What do you guys see over on blue?
Yeah, High Tide has 2 matches left to play today. This is the first of them, and they're sitting right outside the top 8 right now. So they're really looking to keep the momentum going, try and get out of this with as many RP, hopefully 6 RP for them, and push themselves up into a captain position. But on the other side of the field, we've got no slouches, 36-63. Dave.
Yeah, they've been executing all weekend. They've been showing that they have the consistency and they have the drive. All of the elements of that robot are really well polished at this point in the year. And looking at 971, I think that they're I was talking to some of the students, and they had mentioned that they have a new tech stack this weekend, so they've done some different programming on it and have been focusing on making that reliable, and you can really see the consistency coming out towards the end of the matches. They've pulled all the little bugs out of it, and to do that off season, that's a tremendous task. So shout out to those students.
Yeah, I mean, obviously all the teams here playing, they're trying to play for this event here today. They want to win this event here today, but there's the longer term picture of the skill development, the building towards next season. And whether it's building a new robot or whether it's putting some new software on your existing robot and trying it out, that's what this is all about.
Yeah, well, let's see how these teams fare. Let's send it down to the field for introductions for qualification match 60.
Let's meet these teams. Qualification match number 60. First up on your Red Alliance, 44-14.
It's High Tide.
In the middle, 20-73.
Eagle Force.
And last on red, 35-01.
We are so back, it's the Firebots.
First up on blue, 971.
Spartan Robotics.
In the middle, 71-57.
Mubotics.
And last up on blue, 36-63.
CPR.
We're ready to go here. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go!
It's a battle for the ages, folks. Tale as old as time, red versus blue. High Tide on the Red Alliance running their multi-coral auto, 3501. Wiggling around at the loading station. Almost got a last one up there. Over on blue, Mubotics removing that algae from the coral reef. Once again, killing the reef. We recommend you keep the algae on coral reefs in real life. They need it to survive. Autonomous mode ends. We're pretty close in score. 64, 76, 69, nice 76. It's looking real close between these red and blue alliances in the first quarter of the match. High Tide taking control of the Red Alliance. They're making sure they get the ranking point for the coral reef. 3501 aligning, getting a coral up high for red. They're working hard for that Fabwork sponsorship. 2073 Eagle Force. They've got a coral in possession, doing the exact same thing. A little misaligned, but they've got it for red. Mubotics and CPR on Blue Alliance, partner with 971. Spartans are removing an algae. They're going to go put it up in the blue barge. That Cedar Park robotics machine is a menace on the field, controlling that Blue Alliance reef with their partners Mubotics. Less than a minute remaining in the match, 140 to 165. Blue Alliance is just counting and counting and counting that score. We're seeing a more full reef on the Red Alliance, but Blue Alliance has so much control over the algae that they're taking a 50-point commanding lead. Red Alliance at this point is playing for ranking points. They're trying to walk away with 3 and hope for the best. Spartan Robotics scoring another on L2. And now we're lining up for the end game. High Tide putting a ball up for the Red Alliance. And going to go climb with 5 seconds remaining. They are up for red, 35-01, going for the park, making sure not to touch their partners, and it looks like we'll be good. Scores are up. It's going to go to the Blue Alliance. 231 to 208, but Red Alliance, rest assured, walking away with 3 ranking points, the maximum they can get. So let's hand it over to RoboSports Network for some in-depth analysis.
All right, welcome back to the desk, Francis and Sarah. Thanks for joining us.
Happy to be here.
Glad to be back. So, what happened in that match? Can you walk us through it?
Yeah, looking at that match, that was a tough one for Red, walking away with the loss, but I think it was a great opportunity for the 3 of those teams to really show what they're capable of. You know, I think you look at a team like 44-14 who has an incredibly high ceiling. They've had a really, really tough match schedule, but they're going out there and they were executing, and you could see them consistently putting up game piece after game piece after game piece. And it was, when you're at this point in the competition, it's really important to show off those skills and those consistencies because you'll get picked up pretty quick. On the Blue Alliance, we saw them walking away with the win. 971 had some interesting stuff. Francis,
Yeah, I was going to say 971 there. They had the forethought to go to the other side of the field, pick up Red Alliance's algae on their side, score on the opposite side of the barge, and steal those 2 algae. And we can see here from the net algae breakdown, they had a huge lead on those algae game pieces, which obviously contributed to their win. But we'll see that come more into play certainly during eliminations, or excuse me, playoffs, where stealing algae like we saw in Einstein and at division playoffs became a really big part of a winning strategy for a top-tier alliance.
Yep.
For sure. We also see the Blue Alliance almost getting a full reef there as well with our little donut chart. Let's look ahead to match number 61. We have a lot of great teams in this upcoming match. Of note, 2910 playing. They're playing 3 times today, so I'm sure they're going to be looking to make a move there in the rankings.
Yeah, an interesting thing with the schedule is you never really know how front-loaded or back-loaded it's going to be. For 2910 coming in, they're going to play, I'm guessing a lot of matches today, right? So coming in and having 3 qualification matches, it's really tough to determine where you're going to end up in the standings, right? So this will be an important match. The last 2 will be important, and we'll see what they can do.
Great. All right, let's send it down to the field. Get ready for qualification 61.
All right, let's introduce the teams for match 61. Starting off with this little shark plush. I love it. It's team 9408.
The Warren Warbots.
Their partners from Berkeley, California. It's 5419.
Berkelium.
And rounding out this alliance, it's 6036.
Peninsula Robotics.
Over on the Blue Alliance, let's start off with 5468.
Chaos Theory.
Their partners, it's 846.
The Funky Monkeys.
And all the way from north side, it's 2910.
Jack in the Bot.
Technically, Washington is north of California, so it's technically correct. All right, we have a green light on the field, waiting for thumbs up from our field personnel. We have a thumbs up. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go!
We're getting qualification match number 61 underway. All 3 red robots attempting for a level 4 coral, but not quite getting it off. We still got 1 on there for the auto RP bonus. Meanwhile, the Blue Alliance seems to be having a lot more success with their coral scoring during this autonomous period, bringing them into the lead 63 to 24. Drivers now taking control of their robots. The Red Alliance with a concentrated effort on that barge net scoring with the algae. They've already got 5 algae up in the net. Funky Monkeys attempting to bring the blue total up as well in conjunction with their partners Jack and the Bot. Unfortunately, one of them will be bouncing out, allowing the Red Alliance to catch up somewhat in score with under 2 minutes left in the match. Funky Monkeys dropping off another piece of algae as their human player also tosses one up into the net. It looks like their net's looking a lot more full than at the start of the match, while their partners continue to work on that Blue Alliance reef. Also on the Blue Alliance reef, it looks like Berkelium is beached on a piece of algae, and because they're on the other side of the field, they can't get any help from their alliance partners. So unless they can free themselves, they might be stuck there for the rest of the match. We'll see if they can break themselves loose in the remaining minute left in this qualification match. Meanwhile, the Red Alliance partners hard at work trying to make up for the one robot down, going back and forth from the human player to the reef, trying to put in as many coral as they can onto the reef. But it looks like the Blue Alliance will be maintaining their lead, bringing their score up to 176 with 40 seconds left in the clock. Jack in the Bot with a piece of coral they picked up off the ground. Looks like they're going to start stacking into that trough. They've already reached all the coral they need for that ranking point, which means it's time to score, filling up whatever empty branches they can find on the higher levels. Less than 20 seconds left in the match means it's time to climb. Berkelium, who's freed themselves from the algae, they make themselves over to secure 12 points for their alliance, hoping that'll be enough to tie or turn the match as the Blue Alliance robots soar into the air. We'll be back with your official match results in just a moment. We have your scores for qualification match number 61 going up on the board. It's a Blue Alliance victory, 243 to 194. Blue Alliance taking 6 ranking points away from this match. Robot Sports Network, let's head to you.
All right, we see there 29-10 moving their way up into 5th place. 2 more matches for them. We'll see where they can go. Let's break down that match, gang. What happened there?
Yeah, it was really interesting seeing, the Red Alliance had a defense robot come over, which makes a lot of sense given the firepower on the Blue Alliance. Unfortunately, kind of immediately beached themselves. That's one of the really, sketchy stuff about this game is you have these pieces of algae that when they're sitting on the floor, they're super easy to get caught up on. Speaking of experience with 6328, we experienced that at TCMP.
It looks so easy to just push them out of the way, too, when you're in. But from the other side of the field, very easy to get stuck on it, right?
Absolutely, but Blue Alliance did capitalize on that opportunity. They did get the full reef, and really we saw them coming out of even autonomous mode with a huge lead. Red, unfortunately, looked like their autos didn't really function the way they wanted, and that just caused this lead for Blue of about 40 points, which we see reflected in the final score.
Yeah, coming out of auto, they were 24 to 63. That really tracked through the whole thing. It's really hard to make up a deficit like that. Over on Red, though, got to give a big shout out to 6036, consistently being one of the best coral scorers at the robotics event.
Yeah, and I gotta say, I just love the way the robot looks when it scores. It just is so smooth, so cool to me. Can't go wrong with it. Let's go over to our next match, qualification match number 62 over here. Brad over on the Red Alliance. Several teams here. How do we break this down? How do you think this match plays out, guys?
Yeah, this will be an interesting one with Blue having a combination of funnels and floor loaders, and Red having the same. You really have a lot of opportunities to sequence in how you're going to do this. I think you're going to see primarily offense this event, and with Red being such a high firepower, you really want to, as that alliance, you want to be able to establish good routes for them while not hindering their other 2 alliances. 294, they got a very nice, simple robot. That funnel is incredibly good and have a consistent climb on it. What do you see on Blue?
Over on blue, we have 3 very solid contenders, and I think that their ability to work together as an alliance is going to be the deciding factor if they can pull out a W in this match.
All right, let's send it to the field. Get ready for introductions here. Qualification, match 62.
Let's get these teams introduced. Over on the Red Alliance, we have team 5940.
Red.
Their partners, team 294.
Beach Cities Robotics.
And rounding it out, we have 841.
The Biomex.
Over on the Blue Alliance, we're starting off with team 972.
Iron Claw.
Their partners, 4270.
The Crusaders.
And last but not least, it's 8048.
The EPA Chur Robots.
All right, we have a thumbs up. Drivers behind the lines. In 3, 2, 1, go!
Starting off qualification match number 62 here. All 6 robots in motion. Bread with an additional piece of coral scored on level 4. Make that 2 more, looking for 3. Can they get it off before the timer expires? And yes, they do, bringing Red into the lead going into this teleoperated period, 51-33. Blue Alliance playing catch up here, but they've still got 2 minutes to do so. 42-70, the Crusaders tossing up a piece of algae into the net, followed by their partner Iron Claw. Meanwhile, their third partner, EPA Churrobots, continuing to work on that Blue Alliance reef, scoring coral onto any empty purple branches they can find. Meanwhile, on the red side of the field, we have Beach Cities Robotics dropping off algae into the net, while 2 of their partners, Bread and the Biomex, working together in conjunction to score on that Red Alliance reef. Scores are very close. The Blue Alliance has managed to catch up somewhat, but Red immediately pulls back ahead, 104-85, with a minute and a half left in the match. Beach Cities continuing to work on that green algae, tossing as many as they can find up into the Red Alliance net. That's 4 points for each algae, and the number on the field is limited, so any algae they can score now is going to help them out towards the end of the match. Bread continuing to work on that level 4. Dropping a piece, unfortunately, but with that floor intake, they're able to pick it right back up off the floor and toss it into the level 1 trough. Looks like they're working on that ranking point, not filling up all of the branches on the higher scoring levels, but distributing their corals so that they can get 7 on each level for that ranking point. Meanwhile, on the blue side of the field, they're trying to score as many as they can because they've still got to catch up in score to the Red Alliance. With just under 20 seconds left in the match, climbs are a perfect opportunity to catch up. Each climb is worth 12 points, meaning that 3 climbs can swing a 36-point difference. 42-70 up in the air. Iron Claw looking to do the same, but it looks like all 3 red robots might be up. It's a little too soon to tell, and we'll be back with your official results in just a moment. we have your scores from that last match. It's going to be the Red Alliance taking the win here with a score of 206 to 172. Red Alliance earning all 6 available ranking points for them from this match. We'll go over to the desk for a match breakdown.
All right, 294 moving themselves into the top 10 there, up into 9th rank after that match. Let's break it down, guys.
Yeah, you know, we're seeing a lot of activity from both alliances here. Really, everybody is fighting for whatever they can get to solidify the top 10. We took a look at it earlier, and it's kind of all over the place. Even going into day 2 here of the qualification rounds, still plenty of time to make up the difference. Here we go. We got our scores up right now, so you can see 294 punching their ticket. We see a huge set of ties here between the top 2 right now, both at 48, 3rd and 4th at 46, 5, 6 at 40. So actually 8th as well, but they're up 1 match over the 5th place and 6th place right now. So really everybody's just trying to scrounge up what they can get. I think what we're going to see going into the next set of qualifications is what I would call almost a desperation, right? Like everybody's trying to get what they can because you know that you might not get number 1, but you want to be in top 8 because maybe you know that you're not going to synergize well with someone, or maybe you really want the opportunity to pick up someone else. So I think we're going to see a lot more scrappy matches actually as we go in throughout the morning. Yeah, and we saw there in number 5 rank here, 2910, we talked about this a little earlier. They are sitting right now at 5th. However, they still have 2 more rounds to play. Also down the bottom, the Buchanan Bird Brains, also with 2 matches to play. Lots of room for either of those teams to maneuver.
Absolutely. You know, that 7 match mark is kind of the magical point in which we really see things start to solidify and a lot of change tends to happen. We are just past that point, but with such a strong field here at Chezy Champs, it can take an extra match or 2, and I think that's what we're seeing here in the standings.
Yeah. Let's take a look at match number 63 coming up here at Chezy Champs. We've got a team just right now outside of the top 10, 44-14, and of course, we just talked about them, Buchanan Bird Brains. Those 2 teams are trying to get every rank point they can, see if they can either pick their own alliance or have the ability to decline if they so choose. Right?
Yeah, the Blue Alliance looking really, really strong here. I definitely want to hone in on 1671. Even though 44-14 and 8793, we've sung their praises all weekend and we know what they can do. Getting those 6 ranking points will push 1671 above 294. They're currently 5 behind. They can earn a perfect match here and go up the rankings a little bit more. So we're trying to see this fight trying to get over one another into those bottom ranks here. So it's really going to come down to whatever the Blue Alliance can do. I think that's what we want to focus on here. I'm pretty confident that they'll get the L1 Coral with 8793. Been a monster on that all weekend. 44-14 will certainly earn the barge points between Algae and their climb. But we do have the champion head-to-header, right? 50-26 against 44-14. Maybe we see a run for the money. And 2073 world finalists. This is going to be one heck of a match.
Real quick, though, before we throw to the field, Aiden, where's the pumpkin? Gotta get the pumpkin.
Where's the pumpkin? Oh, no.
Next to you.
Pumpkin power activated.
Pumpkin bots.
There
Excellent.
we go.
Let's set up the field for intros for match 63.
Up first on the Red Alliance, we have 50-26.
The Iron Panthers.
In the middle at Red 2, we have 20-73.
Eagle Force.
Rounding up that alliance, we have 28-13.
The Gearheads.
Up first on the Blue Alliance, we have 1671.
The Buchanan Bird Brains.
Next up, we have 44-14.
High Tide.
Rounding up that alliance, we have 87-93.
The Pumpkin Bots.
You know where I put this? We are starting the match in 3, 2, 1, go! Starting at very strong, Iron Patriots are going for an L4 and they miss it. It bounces off while 2073 L4 bounces down into the L1, but it looks like the rest of their autos is running smoothly. On the blue side, we are also having some very strong autos, but they're sadly missing again. As we start in the teleoperated period, it looks like 2813 is having some problems with their intake, but that doesn't matter because Iron Panthers are starting and they're going very strong, doing very fast final cycles, while their partner Eagle Force is starting in the barge. As they continue along there, on the other side, 4414 High Tide is starting on the barge, and they're going strong in it, while Buchanan Bird Brains looks like they're focusing on the actual coral, but it looks like they can't get it out with their outtake. But that does not matter to High Tide as they continue to score in the barge, as Pumpkin Bots is doing their L1 cycles like no one else can. On the other side, we still see Iron Patriots, and we start to see 2813 start to help out the team with some very strong L1 cycles. Iron Panthers is back, continuing on that side. It looks like we have both alliances doing very strong offensive showings. It looks like they've given up on going into the barge, and they're all about the reef now. As we reach this halfway mark, it looks like blue is pulling it ahead, and we can attribute that to their to 5 algae in the barge, while the red alliance only has 2. But as we move further into this match, they are all scoring coral. You can see the blue alliance is going from L4 all the way down, while it looks like the red alliance is doing portions of the reef, and we're going to see how that plays out a little bit later as we get into endgame in just a second. 2813 and 5026 are both doing very strong human player cycles, as we see a very human player dominated right red side and a very ground intake dominated left side. But notably on your blue alliance, you can see a lot more L1 scores, and that's attributed almost entirely to the Pumpkin Bots. This L1 only robot is very good at scoring them very, very efficiently, and they can stack them up like no other team can. But as we move into endgame, it looks like all 3 robots on the red alliance are going to try to climb, and it looks like they just might do it. But then on the blue alliance, it also looks like we are trying to get 3 climbs, but no, only one of them is able to do it. We'll get the results to you in just a second.
We have our scores for that match. It's going to the Blue Alliance, 193 to 185. RoboSports Network, take us away.
All right, we see, like we were talking about earlier, Buchanan Bird Brain, 1671, moving up into 9th place after that 6 RP match for the Blue Alliance there. Blue Alliance doing a great job at the last second getting that last piece of coral on level 2, level 3 to make sure they secure their rank point.
100%. We're looking at the donut graph here. You can see they're kind of cutting it a little close on L2 and L3 here, but the L4 scoring looking really strong in auto, doing an extra 7 on top of those autonomous points, just to make it convincing, get a little bit of a lead. They are only winning here by 8 points, so getting at least 2 coral up on L4 is going to make the difference here. Again, 6 RP as we were looking at, all according to plan for the Bird Brains. They are now in 9th, not too far behind them. 44-14 moves up to 11th, and they've still got some time to play around here in the qualification matches on Sunday.
We also see algae being a deciding factor in this match, with the Blue Alliance having 5 of them scored versus 2 for the Red Alliance. Algae can be a deciding factor, especially as we get to these higher levels of play later in the event.
Yeah, and with the rule changes here at Chezy Champs, right, getting 36 barge points, whether it's from the barge itself or from hanging, very important. So we'll see that continue. Of course, it'll be interesting to see how that changes as we go into playoffs, because at that point we don't care about RP anymore. We just want only the win, only points, right? So up next, we've got qualification match number 64 over here. 604, they're highly ranked. 2910, this is going to be match 2 out of 3. We just saw them a couple matches ago, so they're playing pretty close up against each other here.
Yeah, and they're also kind of in that middle of the pack of our top 8 here. It's looking kind of insurmountable trying to take the number 1 or number 2 spots, but 2910 and 604, unless they're planning on picking one another, and they've already got that gentleman's agreement behind over in the pits, you know, they're going to be trying to push past one another. This is going to be the deciding match for who manages to squeak out over the other, because I just don't see a line for how one of these teams wins and then falls underneath the other.
I would say that, considering how close all the rankings are right now, I would be shocked if anyone has any like plans for picking with anyone else right now. Because who knows who's going to be where, right?
Absolutely. This is going to definitely be a deciding factor in our final rankings. So let's throw back to the field for match number 64.
All right, let's meet our teams for qualification match number 64. Starting off on the Red Alliance, we got Team 973.
They're the Gray Bots.
In the center, Team 604.
Quicksilver.
Rounding out the red, we have Team 971.
Spartan Robotics.
Gonna head on over to the blue side of the field where we will start with Team 8033.
They're Highlander Robotics.
In their center, we got Team 5507.
Robotic Eagles.
And last, but certainly not least, Team 2910.
Jack in the Bot.
We're ready here on the field. Drivers behind the lines, please. In 3, 2, 1, go.
We are off. Qualification match number 64. Speaking of 6 and 4, 604. Quicksilver is putting up Coral High for the Red Alliance. 973 is chilling, full extended. They are saluting the Great Red Alliance. Over on blue, 5507 Robotic Eagles. 2 Coral in possession. Wait a minute, that's illegal. That's all right. We'll let them do it. It's fine. 2910 up and in. But then Algae into their Blue Alliance barge. Their partners, Eagle Force, doing the same. 971 Spartan Robotics. They're joining 973. Putting up Algae up for red. Red Alliance is just commanding the Algae, and it's giving them a lead. 100 points to 86 for blue. Red Alliance being sure to be very careful when their Algae score. They want to make sure that they're not shooting it too far and giving Blue Alliance the advantage. 973 trying their hardest to get on top of this Algae. That's 2 times they've been up on it. Let's hope they don't do a third. 80-33, they're the Highlanders. Coral in possession. They're going to be working on getting that scored in the backside of the blue reef. Jack in the Bot. Up high for blue. That's our world champion, our reigning world champion. More Algae for the Red Alliance. Real-time scoring is getting close to 176, 178. Blue has a much higher Coral count, but Red's got the Algae control. We'll see if Red can catch up with Coral and make up the difference. 30 seconds remaining in the match. 29-10's Coral capabilities. Right as I say that, they drop it. I'm sorry, I jinxed it. That was not my fault. I did not intend to jinx our world champions. But look, we're already going to the climbs. 80-33 up for blue. 604 trying to climb for red. 973 trying to do for red. 3 red robots up at the last second. 971 still touching the ground, and it looks like that is how we will end our match. What a close score. 202 to 201 at the buzzer. We'll see how the end game scores in just a moment. Scores are in. It's a tight one going to the Blue Alliance. 245 to 232. What a great match. Wow. Robo Sports Network, I want you to give us all the analysis.
An incredibly close match there. We saw Blue Alliance was behind for almost the entire round there, squeaking out the win right toward the end. Tell us what happened, gang.
Well, it'd be great if we can pull up the replay, but let's look at these scores first. 232 to 245. The majority of the points coming out of the filled reef for Blue. Red missing a couple of opportunities. You can see those gray spots over on the donut chart there. Meanwhile, Blue side is all blue and all yellow, as well as the little bit of extra algae and the climbs really making the difference here. 971 not able to fully take off onto the barge. All of Blue Alliance getting up in time. 8033 making a really solid call. We were unsure in the moment, but if we can go to the replay just really quickly, we'll watch this game back a little bit more and kind of speed through it. But you can see at this moment, 40 seconds left, 8033 is going for the climb. They've been having a little bit of issues with their elevator and scoring the coral. They've done what they can. And they just make the call of, you know what, we're going to guarantee this climb. This is going to make the difference. Really solid shout, getting out of the way of their partners, recognizing whenever they're having issues, getting up in the air, guaranteeing and locking down those points. 5507 next up to bat. They come in slow and steady, and then 2910, we get to see that Jack in the Bot pop up into the air as they grab the deep cage here with 3 seconds remaining. So they take their time with it. They go 1, 2, 3, boom, 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 all up into the barge. 36 points for the Alliance.
A couple things to kind of really quickly note here is that even with all the scores really tight, it looks like Blue's got the lead with the climbs. We still have a bunch of algae on the floor over here, so there's points sort of in the bank for Blue Alliance if they needed it.
Absolutely. Normally we see algae being a deciding factor in these much later matches and as we look towards the playoffs, but in this case it was the coral with the Blue Alliance able to get the full reef and 8 on the lowest level as well.
Excellent. Let's take a look at match number 65. We're going to have some ranking implications coming up here, so we got our top 10. Right now, our number 1 seed is playing their 10th match here. This is their last match of the qualification rounds for Stipals 694. If they really want to get their 6 RP, if they do that, then that basically challenges other teams to try to beat them. If they slip up, there's an opportunity, but right now, as far as we can tell, tiebreakers go to Stipulse.
Well, not only that, Stipulse in getting that perfect game here is going to have huge implications for their partner, 44.99. You can look on the board. You're going to have I believe that is a 5-way tie at 46 ranking points after this match. So it's going to come down to that resistance of the scores that they are earning. So really, 694 and 44.99, you are looking to win convincingly, get all of the RP, and just make it a blowout game if you are trying to hold your spot, because that will shoot 44.99 way up into possibly that third position, depending on how 254's match goes. Now, those teams with 46, they still have games to play, right? 44.99 also has one more game to play. So it's not solidified yet, but it could have a huge implication for that middle of the pack.
Yeah. All right, well, with that said, let's send it down to the field, get ready for qualification 65.
All right, let's meet the teams for our next qualification match, starting off on the Red Alliance with Team 9496.
There, Link.
In the center, we got Team 5468.
Chaos Theory.
Rounding out the red, we got Team 3501.
Firebots.
And heading on over to the blue side of the field, we can't miss this team with their perfectly square bumpers. Starting off with Team 694.
Your number 1 seed, Stipulse.
In the center, we have Team 4499.
The Highlanders.
Rounding out this alliance, Team 5419.
It's Berkelium. Or Berkelium, one of them.
We're ready to go. Drivers behind the lines, please. In 3, 2, 1, go.
Autonomous mode is underway. We have 694 Stipulse running their multi-pipe auto. 44.99, their partners throwing up some algae into their barge. And it looks like, despite all that, 51-52, Blue Alliance with a 1-point lead out of auto. Red's going to give this number 1 seed alliance, or alliance with the number 1 seed, a run for their money. 54-68. Coral up high. Link doing the same with an algae. 35-01. Ooh, shot and a miss. They'll try again. Over on blue, 44.99. Looking to get that algae up for the Blue Alliance. Algae and Coral in possession. It's a double header for 44.99. Minute and a half remaining in the match. Red with a slight lead. If Red can continue this lead throughout this whole match, that may cause a rank upset for our number 1 seed. But look, it's side 110 all. Blue Alliance is not going to let them take it away that easily. Link swerving all the way around, putting up another another algae into that barge. It's becoming a battle of the barge. Red Alliance 143, 146, 122 for blue. Blue Alliance 54-19. That's Berkelium going up high. Our number 1 seed Stipulse, they've got an algae in possession. All right, East Coast Citrus scoring up for the Red Alliance. Roughly a 25-point lead for Red. This is huge with fantastic ranking implications. But Blue Alliance is fighting back. They're bringing back the deficit lower and lower. We know Blue has some climbs up their sleeve, and they're not afraid to use them. Chaos Theory getting locked in for the Red Alliance. They're up and good. Link trying to do the same. Blue Alliance, all 3 robots are in the climb zone. 35-01. Oh no! They may be invalidating a climb. We'll see how that ends up. We'll let the referees do their job and get some scores to you in just a moment. Folks, it's going to be a close one. This will have ranking implications. It goes to the Red Alliance, 227 to 215. This changes everything, folks. Robo Sports Network, what happened and where will this lead us?
All right, before we get to that match, which had some huge implications, we want to welcome Steve back to the desk. And with
I mean, the best laid plans of all teams are subject to what actually happens in the matches. 694 sitting in the catbird seat at the 1 seed, needed to get all 6 RP here to lock it, but they go for L1, so they had 9 coral in L1. You can see on the donut chart here, but Red Alliance just went for the win, not prioritizing L1 coral at all, and the points difference of not spending time on L1 and those being only one point each means Red Alliance takes it, shoots 694 down to the 5 seed. This opens up an opportunity for match 67, already a pivotal match, to perhaps determine the number 1 seed here at the tournament.
Yeah, it's out of the frying pan and into the firebots. Having that coral specialist for the Red Alliance makes this whole well-rounded reef ready to go, right? They're not getting the coral bonus, just no L1, just win. No tires, just gas for the Red Alliance. This is going to open up a lot, right? I can see 254 now having a shot at taking the number 1 here at home. 694 is now done with their qualification rounds at this point, having played their 10th match. So now things are going to start settling in place around them. Red Alliance really, really clutching it up with that coral focus strategy, as well as getting even on the algae. Red Alliance looking a little scary with some of those climbs. 3501 just going right in for the barge, trying to win it by 2 points in case it mattered. And thankfully, it seems like the climbs managed to count for everybody up in the air. Scary stuff, but when you're cutting it that close against the number 1, I mean, you do what you got to do, right?
Absolutely. Let's look forward towards match number 66. Who are we going to see in this one?
With 4 matches left, 581 Blazing Bulldogs, currently ranked in the 20s, not looking into getting into a captain's position, but trying to solidify themselves as a tier 1 robot at this event, showing that they've got full capabilities, that they would be a strong first pick for any of the teams at the top.
And I like to see the cohesion between 9408 and 581. I know those teams have some mentors who have gone back quite a way, so I think these two know how to play with each other, making sure that they've got kind of the same team culture going on, same mission that they're working towards for those students. We'll see how that converts on-field performance. Over on the Red Alliance team 972, we're going to see how they can hold their own. They've been doing a really solid job of that 4 to L4 cycle. 7157 and 1197 having some of that source station, having a little bit of trouble over the weekend. So Red Alliance just putting up what they can. This is going to be one of those show what you can do to scout matches for everybody involved. Just put up your performance, do your thing, get those numbers, and hey, someone will find you, right? You're going to be the right bot for somebody as we go into the Alliance selection shortly.
With that, let's throw it to the field to see match number 66.
Let's introduce the teams for this match. Over on the Red Alliance, we have team 972.
Iron Claw.
Their partner in the middle, 1197.
It's the Torbots.
And rounding it out, it's 7157.
Robotics.
On our Blue Alliance, we're going to start off strong with 9408.
The Warbots.
Their partners, 3045.
The Gear Gremlins.
And last but not least, it's 581.
Blazing Bulldogs.
We have a thumbs up from our FTA. Drivers behind the lines. In 3, 2, 1, go!
And we are off here for qualification match number 66. Qual is drawing to a close here at Chezy Champs. On the Red Alliance side, we've now got 4 coral up on that reef. On blue, it's 3, trying to make it 4, courtesy of the Greer Gremlins, and 581. It's gonna be the Blue Alliance with a slim lead as the drivers take those controls. Torbots, the winners of the Los Angeles Regional this year, getting lined up with the backside of the reef, scoring on L4. 71-57, Mubonics, the team from Brea, searching for some coral on the ground. 2 Red Alliance robots going up to the barge. 581 doing the same for the Blue Alliance side, joined by 9408, one of their very close friends. As the Warbots head back to the coral station to collect more coral, 581 picking some algae up off the reef. Red Alliance still with a slim lead now, as the Torbots struggle a little bit at the coral station on their side of the field. 972 picking up off the ground and sending it onto the reef. Torbots scoring on L3, picking up an algae off the reef, a super cycle from the Torrance-based team. Warren Warbots headed back to their coral station, now getting to work exclusively on that reef. Blue Alliance has jumped back ahead, 128-109. But the Red Alliance still trying to fight for the victory here, as 972 gets to work on L1 on their side of the field. Going for the ranking point is this Red Alliance. 581 scoring on L3 for the Blue Alliance, as are the Warbots and Gear Gremlins. It's all coral all the time over there on the Blue Alliance side. Meanwhile on Red, Torbots scoring the last L4 coral available to this Red Alliance, pulling them slightly closer as they go up to the barge. 972, a little bit of jam inside of their intake, trying to get another coral off the ground. Mubonics going up to L3 for the Red Alliance as well. Torbots trying to find their footing for L2. 180, 182 to 145 now, just over 30 seconds remaining in this match. Torbots going back to the coral station. 972 picking a coral up off the ground. Gear Gremlins scoring on L2 for the Blue Alliance. Currently the Blue Alliance is match to lose. Torbots going for the center cage on the Red Alliance side. Mubonics looking to line up as well. We've got 10 seconds left in this match. We've got all 6 robots seems lining up for a climb. Are we going to see anyone in the air? We've got 3 robots in the air for blue, almost 3 robots in the air for red. Mubonics falling down the last second as time expires on qualification match number 66. And scores coming up for that match. Yet another unicorn match. All 9 available ranking points claimed, with the Blue Alliance taking it 240 to 183. RSN, take us through that match.
Sarah, very civilized and tidy over there on the Blue Alliance, looking like playoffs almost.
Absolutely. I think the big implication here was 30-45 did move into the top 10. They're just eking in now at that 10th spot. So we'll see how it goes for the last couple of matches and if they're able to hold on to what will probably be a captain's position.
But coming up, match 67, we have the number 1 ranked team here, 94-50, paired with the number 4 ranked team here, 94-42, playing against 254, who is in the number 2 spot right now. But the Blue Alliance has firepower on it with the addition of Brad and CPR. This match holds giant implications for the top of the rankings.
I'm so excited to see this Blue Alliance in action. 5940 and 254, two great tastes that taste great together, as we saw at the Milstein division this year. They were the division finalists. I think this is another chance for them to prove why that team up is just some cheesy bread for everyone, why that firepower and why that combo could be just one of the number one threats going into the playoffs here. And they get an awesome quals match to just show that off and see what they can do. They do need to clutch it out in order for them to have fate in their own hands, take that number one seed back, and get up there in the ranking. So I really want to see what they can do. 5940 with that algae has been a little throwing it wild. I think if they get it settled, that's the last key thing that they need to make sure that the Alliance has all the well-rounded algae scoring between 254 and 5940 and 3663. Just deposit that coral everywhere that they can get the chance.
This match is without a doubt one of our certified bangers, and we are very excited to see the outcomes. Huge implications here in our rankings with only 3 matches to go.
Let's send it down to the field for introductions.
A certified banger indeed. This is one of the last remaining matches that has huge ranking implications. Let's start off with our Red Alliance. We have Team 9084.
That's the Octobots.
Their partners 9442.
The Miso Mechanics.
And they've turned invisible. It's Team 9450.
The Velocity Raptors.
Oh, now they're here. Good. Over on the Blue Alliance, it's Team 3663.
CPR.
Their partners in the middle, your current number 2 seed looking to make it number 1. They're dangerously cheesy. It's 254.
The Cheesy Poofs.
And rounding it out, it's 5940.
Bread.
Oh, flag. All right, we have a thumbs up from our FTA. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go!
And we're off here for qualification match number 67. Massive ranking implications. Essentially, whichever side wins this is going to have the number 1 seed. 9450 on the opposite side of the field than where they're supposed to be. We're not sure if that was a mistake or something intentional. I'm going to guess mistake. The Blue Alliance up 54 to 28 as the drivers take those controls. Velocity Raptors, who are trying to stay in that number 1 seed, now getting to work, picking up that algae off of the reef, joined by the Octobots and the Miso Mechanics. Meanwhile, on blue, it's still all algae as well, with Bread and 254, who played together at the World Championship this year on the Milstein division, getting to work on some algae work for the Blue Alliance, maintaining that lead, 83-51. Miso Mechanics running around on the Red Alliance side, dropping a coral on L2. 9084 moving slowly towards the reef, might be having some difficulties over there. And algae bouncing around on the Red Alliance side. Cedar Park Robotics dropping one off on L2 for the Blue Alliance. Red has caught up slightly to blue. And there's plenty of time for them to take the lead. However, Blue Alliance now trying to just find their groove. A 254 scoring in the processor for the Blue Alliance. Interesting strategy there from the 5-time world champions. One of the only times we've seen the processor used it this entire tournament. Velocity Raptors headed towards the barge, putting some algae up. 90-84. Putting a coral on L3. 158 to 129. Miso Mechanics dropping one off on L4. Another algae going up into the barge from the human player at the processor. Bread dropping one off on L1 over there for the Blue Alliance. 254 getting to work on their side of the reef. Scoring on L2 and 3. 198, 140, just over 30 seconds left. Miso Mechanics scoring on L4 for Red, picking up another coral off the ground. Octobots headed towards the reef, having some trouble driving properly, moving very slowly across this field. Might have a swerve module down. 254 scoring up high for the Blue Alliance, 219 to 176. Blue Alliance now all getting lined up for the climb simultaneously. 254 CPR are up. Bread now up, joining their Blue Alliance partners. Velocity Raptors are up for Blue as time expires on qualification match number 67.
We have your scores for that last match coming up on the board. It's the Blue Alliance taking this one 270 to 201. Both alliances earning the 3 bonus RPs as a result of this match. Let's head on over to the desk.
With a new high score, Blue Alliance taking all 6 ranking points there, catapulting 254 up into the top of the rankings. And this match certainly lived up to the hype. 9450, we're going to show you the auto that they ran because they brought some spice right off the jump here.
Yeah, so starting this match, 9450 on the Red Alliance, goes to that coral delivery, does miss it, but that's not the important part of their auto. They are going for that algae attempt. If we can actually replay that one more time in about half speed. The coral, nice add-on, but they're not going to worry too much about scoring. What they want to do is take points away from the Blue Alliance.
But just missing that pickup, and an attempt at disrupting Blue Alliance there does not work out. And so going right into teleop here, Blue Alliance able to focus with 254, just going for points. They drive straight over to put those balls in the wall, get those algae in that processor, pump up that barge overall point so that they know that they have that ranking point and so that their score just jumps way up, while their partners 3663 just going back and forth to the coral station, and 5940 picking up coral from the ground, able to keep pace on the reef, give them a lot of time to get to L1. Blue Alliance just looking totally practiced and smooth during this match, and we see with the rankings up there how that has shaken things up. 254 has played all of their matches. They are at 52 ranking points, currently the number 1 seed. The Red Alliance getting all of their bonus ranking points, so still staying near the top for those teams, but big shakeup there.
With 2910 in that second spot, they do have an opportunity to tie the poofs ranking point score, and that's why we think we see the Poofs here just really, really focused on getting as many points as possible in addition to the win, which is why they're going for the processor to hopefully keep that number 1 seed position over 29-10.
Got to get those tiebreakers. All right, let's take a look at our next match. We've only got 2 more remaining. 68 here over on red, 47-38, 34-78. That can get confusing real quickly, but I think those 2 teams will have all the cohesion that they need, along with 846, the Funky Monkeys. Red Alliance looking pretty strong, but they do have to go up against some fun friends over on blue with 62-38.
Blue Alliance looking to outscore them with Algae. Let's go down to the field for introductions.
Introducing match 68. Let's start off on our Red Alliance team, 47-38.
That's the Patrobots.
I thank you for having a lightweight flag. Their partners, 34-78.
Lambots.
And rounding it out, it's 846.
They are the Funky Monkeys.
Over on blue, we have team 294.
Beach Cities Robotics.
Their partners, 2046.
Bear Meadow.
And rounding it out, 62-38.
The Popcorn Penguins.
We've got a green light on the field, waiting for our field staff to give us the A-OK for match 68. All right, thumbs up. Drivers behind the lines. In 3, 2, 1, go!
And we are off here for our penultimate qualification match here at Chezy Champs 2025. Red Alliance has already put up 5 coral, making it 6 courtesy of the Patrobots. Meanwhile, on the Blue Alliance side, quite a few coral going up as well over there, but it's going to be the Red Alliance with the lead as the drivers take those controls. Patrobots going up to the barge for the Red Alliance, dropping one off in there for 4 points, extending that lead that they have. 846 also going up to the barge. 294 Beach Cities Robotics going up to the barge as well for the Blue Alliance as they score on L4 now. Popcorn Penguins searching around the Blue Alliance side of the field for Algae to pick up off the ground. 846 doing the same for the Red Alliance, simultaneously scoring both Algae and Coral. 34-78 with that 2056 clone, picking up a Coral off the ground, scoring it on L3. 846 up to the barge for the Red Alliance. 47-38. The Patrobots picking one up from the Coral station, grabbing an Algae off of the reef. Now they're just going to send it down to the ground. They'll eventually go pick that up later or have one of their partners do it, possibly 846. 131, 120. Red Alliance still maintaining the lead that they had after Autonomous. 846 going up to the barge, dropping an Algae into there for the Red Alliance. Lambot, our friends from Mexico, placing one on L1, incidentally, for the Red Alliance. 2046 Bare Metal, our friends from the Pacific Northwest District, headed towards L1, throwing one onto L1 as well. Lots of style points over there from the Washington-based team as 846 the Funky Monkeys placed one on L3 for the Red Alliance. 178, 152, 40 seconds left. Lambot picking up a coral from the ground. Robot browning out just a little bit as they make their way towards L2 for the Red Alliance side. Beach Cities Robotics dropping one off, attempting to drop one off at least on L2, as now they head towards the deep cage on their side of the field. That sound means we got 20 seconds left in this match. 210, 161. Red Alliance's match to lose here, folks. Lambot trying to get lined up with the cage on their side. Entire Blue Alliance is lined up, trying to go up simultaneously. We've got 2 robots up make that potentially 3 robots up on blue, 2 robots up on red. And time expires here on qualification 68. And scores coming up on the big board. It is your Red Alliance taking this one, 246 to 212. Both alliances picking up the auto and barge bonuses in that match. And now it's time for RSN to give us a breakdown.
Red Alliance with a big outscoring of blue there on the coral, just way more scored on the branches, pushing them above Blue Alliance there.
Yeah, let's gotta look at the donut chart here, and there you go. All that gray, all that unscored opportunity, all those opportunities for points, and just not coming through as hard for Blue Alliance. Red having just such a strong auto, Sarah. Talk me through that.
Yeah, just right off the bat, we could see the Red Alliance really increasing their score through autonomous, and then they were able to keep that lead. Also contributing to the Red win was those foul points we see coming into play, with 12 fouls on the Blue Alliance contributing to Red's win as well. Also, just want to give a huge shout out here to Lambot, who this season played on Einstein. They were the first Mexican team to do so, which is super exciting. Great to see FRC continue to expand and grow and level up in different geographies.
So, last match of the day here, minor ranking implications. Well, ranking implications here. Jack in the Bot, you see they are in the number 2 slot there. If they get 6 ranking points, then they will tie 254 on that. But their average match score is currently 8-ish below 254, so they would need an exceptionally high score to jump them. But it is important in this match for them to maintain that number 2 slot if they can.
Didn't 254 set the high score in their last match as well? So now Jack in the Bot has to do that and then some. So we're looking at almost an Einstein caliber match to get there.
Not technically, because it's not highest match score, it's just average match score, but
sure,
making up 9 points over, so outscoring it by about 90, I can't do that.
Or just get one massive outlier, right? Something statistically significant.
In any case, this match also features another of our rebuild robots, Peninsula Robotics, just getting smoother and smoother as the event goes on. So, and 4499 Highlanders also in the top 8 on the Blue Alliance. So, lots of opportunity here for a little bit of a shake-up at the top of the rankings and for teams to show out in the last match here for qualifications.
Absolutely. This is going to be a very exciting match, especially for the Blue Alliance, as we'll see if they can get a new event high score. And with that, we'll send it over to the field for our final qualification match.
Qualification match 69. Starting off on our Red Alliance, it's Team 6036.
That's Peninsula Robotics.
Their partners from Buchanan High School, it's 1671.
The Buchanan Bird Brains.
Rounding it out, we have 972.
Iron Claw.
On our Blue Alliance, we have everyone's favorite 1678.
The Citrus Circuits.
Their partners in the middle, if they can get 6 ranking points and a whole lot of score, they will be your number 1 seed. Let's see if they can figure it out. It's Team 2910.
It's Jack in the Box.
And rounding it out, we have 4499.
The Highlanders.
We have a green light on the field, so just as soon as we get a thumbs up from our field tech, we will be good to go. All right, looks like this final match is ready. Huge ranking implications will come out of this. Who will be number 1? Let's find out. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go!
And we are off here for our final qualification match here at Chezy Champs. 60-36 placing 2 Coral on L4, going for the Lollipop Autonomous. Seems they've got that one working. It wasn't working for them earlier today. Getting one last one on L2, but it's going to be the Blue Alliance with a commanding advantage as the drivers take those controls. 1678 flicking one up into the barge with style. As 2015 world champions popping algae on their side of the field. 44.99, our friends from Colorado, sending another algae up into the barge. Meanwhile, on red, 1671 trying to get lined up with the Wreath, scoring on L1. Nope, make that L4 potentially for the Clovis-based team. 972 trying to put one up inside of the Red Alliance barge as well. Not quite making it as it bounces out towards the Blue Alliance side. Blue Alliance up 107-58. What can the Red Alliance do to try to take that back? 60-36 not moving at the moment. We'll have to see if they can get themselves going here. The Blue Alliance already at a pretty commanding lead, 129-58. The Citrus Circuits going up to L4 for the Blue Alliance. Very quickly scoring on L2, on L3 and 4 for them. 29-10, the world champions searching for some coral on the ground. Gonna go place that on L1. Meanwhile, the Highlanders gonna pick up an algae from the ground and send that up into the barge. 176-71. Still in favor of that Blue Alliance. 29-10 going for the trough on the Blue Alliance side. 1671 still going back and forth on their side of the field. 972 doing the same for red. 29-10 scoring on L4 for the Blue Alliance. Highlanders try to get an L1 in as well. Didn't quite make it on. Got a big pile of L1 game pieces on that Blue Alliance Wreath. 203-89 in favor of the Blue Alliance as we near 20 seconds left in this game. As the match draws to a close, that means it's time to climb. We've got the Highlanders getting lined up with a cage on the Blue Alliance side. 60-36 doing the same for red. We've got Highlanders up in the air. Peninsula Robotics potentially up in the air. 29-10 seems to have not made the climb and are contacting the ground. 972 are up for the Blue Alliance. The Red Alliance as time expires on our final qualification match here at Chezy Champs. And scores coming up on the big board. It's your Blue Alliance taking this one, 228 to 126. RSN, what just happened?
Missing out on the barge bonus there for the Blue Alliance, but maintaining that number 2 slot for 2910 and 4499, staying up in the top 8. So now we have, just to recap the donut chart here, lots of algae
This is,
scored.
I think, the last match, actually. We just love that last match so much. Gotta see it again. So this is what you saw last time, and here's what you saw this time. Compare and contrast. You do the math.
We did see the Blue Alliance there outscore by, I believe it was 100 points, so a very, very decisive victory. Unfortunately missing out on that barge RP with 2910 missing their climb, and that being why they didn't get the full 6 RP. Probably didn't change their rankings at the end of the day, but always nice to end your qualifications with a 6 RP match.
So now we move into the next phase of the tournament. Teams getting ready for the playoffs. They have to make their own 4-team alliances. Serpentine all the way up and down. 254 sitting in the number 1 spot has their pick of the entire field.
Yep.
Whom should they pick?
Well, I'm looking at the 3-way tie between 2910, 694, and 9450 just off of the ranking points alone. Of course, rank isn't everything. We've seen teams get picked all the way from the 20s on the first round of the draft. But quite frankly, I mean, you can never go wrong with the world champion selection, right? 254, 2910 seems like a very solid combination to me. Of course, they might think, no, if we had made it out of Milstein, we actually would have had a better shot at the title than them. They may go for 5940, try to bring up the retro team up, see if we can get that. But I think 2910 is always a solid pick, and there's only one team on this field who gets to pick them going into our draft here, Steve.
All the teams here have to be prepared for the changes as we get into playoffs. No longer do you care about those bonus ranking points. It's just about match points. So now L1 for a second becomes less important until you realize your alliance is going to plan to fill all of the branches of the reef. So L1 becomes important again. So no bonus there. It's really not that different a game, just you don't have to focus for matches where you don't think you're going to be able to fill the reef and score all the algae.
And once you do think you are going to fill that reef, the algae come into play even more. This is what we saw on Einstein. We saw a preview of this in match 67 with an attempted algae steal in the autonomous period. Do either of you think we're going to see one of those come out in the playoffs?
Oh, I sure hope so. I love seeing these little tech plays that people bring out. There's like one cute thing that you get to do in a match if you're expecting that everything gets filled. What is that one little micro adjustment that's going to sway the match in your favor? It could be taking one more algae and not going 9-9. You're going 10-8 on the barge. It could be that a 4 coral just rolls a little too close to you and grabbing that. Auto is a great opportunity. It's a risky opportunity because of all of the possibilities to earn fouls if you just predict wrong what's going to happen and get hit with a parry on the other side of the field. Lots of things that should happen for making the adjustment and difference, I think should stay in teleop where it's a lot safer. But when you're going for the title of Chezy Champion, who knows if you're going to play it safe all the time.
And in the double elimination bracket, it is paramount to have consistency because you really don't want to drop any matches. There isn't much room for experimentation. So as much as you'd like to have something that's going to throw your opponents up, probably more important is just making sure that your alliance is totally solid in their plan of how they're just going to score. Because as long as you score enough, your opponent's inconsistencies is your best ticket to the finals and winning the event.
Yeah.
As we look across the top 10 in the 8th spot, we also see 1678. This is a story we've been following here on the desk. They had a really rough start to their qualifications yesterday morning, but they have clawed their way back, not just into the top 10, but into the top 8. They are guaranteed a position here in the playoffs, either as a captain or a first pick, depending on how things go.
Here's something interesting I'm seeing about the top 10 that I'm wondering how this will shake out for a line selection. There's not a whole lot of California, at least not as much as we expect. Teams from all around the United States trying to take over these top spots. So we will not see as much of, I think, the power of friendship, as we've called it, where people find those successful team-ups. They have these histories with other teams. the opportunity for that may not arise, and it's going to come down to these new super teams, super alliances going into playoffs, right? You don't necessarily have the same people. You show up to your regional, you know who you're picking already. You've got the League of Super Friends ready to rock and take number one. This is going to require people to be really on top of the scouting data and find every little point, every little quarrel that matters. And so we're going to get some unique combinations here, the likes of what you only see at Chezy or World Championships.
Well, all the preparation and all the planning comes down to this pivotal moment. All the teams are ready. They've got a plan. Let's see them execute it as they do the alliance selection. We'll send it down to the field so the teams can get ready.
Hello, teams. Good afternoon. Are you awake? Are you hungry? Are you here? I don't hear anything. Let's try it one more time. Hello, teams. Thank you, Stanford. Welcome to our Alliance selections. This is going to be one of the most critical and exciting parts of this entire weekend. We've been playing 69 qualification matches building up to this moment right here. At this point, we have a completed list of ranked teams from 1st to 41st, and we're going to be creating permanent alliances for the remainder of the playoff matches. Here at Chezy Champs, we are going to be building alliances of 4 teams each. So most events are used to 3 teams per alliance. This event, we're doing extra. We're special, 4 teams each, just like the championships. In a moment, the first seed will be invited out and can pick any other team they want to join their alliance. That team can accept or they can decline. If they accept, they'll become part of a permanent alliance for the playoffs. If they choose to decline, they still retain their right to form their own alliance if they are seeded high enough to become an alliance captain. For example, if our number 1 seed picks the number 3 seed and the number 3 seed declines, that's okay. That's their prerogative. They're allowed to do so. Number 2 cannot pick number 3. So if you say no to someone, you have to say no to everyone. You have to pick your own alliance at that point. Number 3 can form your own alliance, but if you're seated too low and you say no, then into playoffs, you will not go. We will have 3 rounds of selection, starting 1st seed through the 8th. Then we will go back from the 8th seed up to the 1st for our 2nd round, and we will return once again 1st to 8th for the 3rd round. We'll be following the same procedure introduced by First in the 2025 season. Each team may send up to 3 representatives to the field instead of just one of which can be an adult, so they can be a mentor. Teams will have 45 seconds to make their selection for the 1st round, and 1 minute and 30 seconds in the 2nd and 3rd rounds. There will be a 2-minute break at the center of the field. There will be a 2-minute break between rounds, and we'll wait out the full break even if the next alliance up is ready to pick, since the break is for the benefit of all alliances. The MC, which is me, will be standing in the middle of the field holding a microphone for the teams. When you are ready to make your pick, your alliance representative will walk towards me and make your pick. The timer will reset if you invite a team who declines, but it will not stop or reset if you make an invalid selection, such as inviting Team 469 to join your alliance at Chezy Champs in 2014, because that happened. If there's a team who's not an event, or a team who's already a member of another alliance. So if anyone here is trying to invite Team 254 to join their alliance, that is not a valid pick. They are the number 1 seed. You cannot pick them. I've tried. If the timer expires and you're not yet walking towards the MC, your turn is up and you will be skipped. Skipped alliances will be revisited in order after each pick, and skipped alliances will be skipped again if they are not immediately ready to make a valid selection. And with all that being said, those are all the new rules. I hope you are listening because it's a lot of information. Let's start off by introducing our number 1 seed. Our event hosts have rigged this event, and they are here to be the dominant team. Let's introduce Team 254.
From San Jose, California, that's the Chezy Poofs.
Right up at the microphone, sir. Team 254, who would you like to invite to join your alliance?
Team 254 would like to invite Team 2910, Jack and a Bot, to join our alliance.
From Mill Creek, Washington, that's Jack in the Bot.
Will they accept? Will they decline? I have a feeling it will be fine.
Yes, of course we would like to accept your gracious offer.
All right, that's a yes. Huge round of applause for our first seed alliance. First seed, can you go stand in front of the Coral over there? Coral in the corner. Thank you. And now we will invite our second seeded alliance, or our next highest seeded team. That would be Team 694, Stipulse.
From New York, New York, it's Stipulse.
Up to the microphone and make your first selection.
On behalf of Team 694, we would like to invite Team 4414 to join our alliance.
From Ventura, California, that's High Tide.
Team 4414 would be stoked to join your alliance.
Our number 2 alliance. Let's invite our next highest seeded team, Team 9450.
From Woodinville, Washington, that's the Velocity Raptors.
Team 9450, please make your first pick.
Team 9450 would like to invite Team 1678.
From Davis, California, that's the Citrus Circuits.
Team 1678 respectfully declines.
That's okay, they're allowed to do that. So the timer will reset, and you'll be allowed to make another selection. If you're already ready, feel free. If you need some time, you have it.
Team 9450 would like to invite Team 5940.
From Redwood City, California, that's Brad.
Team 5940 gratefully accepts.
All right, our number 3 alliance, please stand over by the Coral upright to your left. Not right here. Can't congregate here, you gotta go over there. Yep, watch your heads. And with that, let's invite the next highest seeded team, 4499.
From Fort Collins, Colorado, that's the Highlanders.
$44.99. Please create your first selection. Into the microphone.
Team 4499 would like to invite Team 9496 to join our alliance.
From Spindale, North Carolina, that is Link.
Team 9496, proudly representing North Carolina, would love to link up with y'all.
All right, our number 4 alliance has linked together. If you can please go to the coral to the far left and we'll introduce the next teams. All right, all the way over there. Thank you. Let's invite Team 9442 up to make their selection as captains of the 5th seeded alliance.
From Seattle, Washington, that is the Miso Mechanics.
Come on up and make your selection to the microphone.
Team 9442 would love to cook the field with Team 604 Quicksilver.
From San Jose, California, that is Quicksilver.
604, you may accept or decline.
Team 604 respectfully declines.
That's okay, no booing. Although it is always fun, but no booing. 9442, you can make your second selection when you are ready.
Team 9442 would love to cook the field with Team 3663.
From Bothell, Washington, that is CPR, Cedar Park Robotics.
Team 3663 respectfully declines.
That's all right. Miso, you take your time, make another pick. Just so you all remember, championships in 2013, 1678 was declined by most of their division and went on to be an absolutely fantastic team, and I think they did very well that year, if memory serves me right. So declines happen. Don't take it too personally. All right, make a selection, please.
Team 9442 would like to invite Team 1197 to the alliance.
From Torrance, California, that is the Torbots.
Based on that one student's response. Huh? Back there. All right, gotcha. Oh, wait until they say yes or no. Let's hope.
Team 1197 accepts your gracious offer.
Fantastic. That is our number 5 seeded alliance. Let's go over to the coral next to Jackson over there. Let's invite our next highest seeded team, Team 604. .604, go to the microphone when you're ready to make your selection.
Team 604 would like to invite Team 581 to join our alliance.
Excellent choice, sir.
From San Jose, California, that is the Blazing Bulldogs.
Team 581 gratefully accepts.
All right, our number 6 seeded alliance. Please go over to the coral Jackson is so generously holding space for. Let's invite the next highest seeded team. It's team 1678. Citrus Circuits, please make your selection.
Team 1678 would like to invite Team 4270 to join our alliance.
From Honolulu, Hawaii, that is the Crusaders.
Team 4270 accepts the Aloha.
Aloha indeed, our number 7 seeded alliance. We have one more alliance captain to invite up. That's team 3663. Stanford, are you going to say their name?
They've already been up.
You got to say them again, though.
They're CPR.
Okay. Yeah, please make your selection.
Team CPR 3663 would like to invite Team 4738.
From San Diego, California, the Patrobots.
Team 4738 graciously accepts.
There we go. We have our first 8 alliances. Each alliance has 2 teams so far, and we are going to go into a break between rounds. Over there, thank you. There will be a break between rounds where teams will collaborate and corroborate and get their pick list in order to confirm who their next pick shall be. We have about 1 minute and 40 seconds remaining on the timer. During this time, we are going to go from 8th seed all the way back up to the 1st seed. In the meantime, anyone got any good jokes? Tom's not here yet, so he can't do the dad jokes. All right, Stanford, I've got a joke for you.
Really?
Yeah, what's blue and smells like red paint?
The Chezy Poofs.
We smell like red paint?
Apparently. I don't know.
I guess we have to shower. I was going to say blue paint, but that works too. How about this one? Less of a joke, more of a pun. 2 robots drive into a bar. The third one has a better driver. Do you get it?
No.
Because it doesn't hit the bar.
You're going to have to explain this to me afterwards. What?
All right. Oh boy, getting ready to make our picks. All right, the beeps indicate that the microwave is ready. Your food is hot and ready to serve. 8th seeded alliance, send up a representative and make your selection.
Team 3663 and 4738 would like to invite Team 971.
From Mountain View, California, that's Spartan Robotics.
Wait, don't come back. They haven't made a selection yet.
Team 971 gratefully accepts.
Hooray! All right, I would like to invite a representative from our number 7 seeded alliance to make your selection when you are ready. We have multiple people on multiple phones. Oh wait, a representative is coming up.
Alliance 7 would like to invite Team 294 to join our alliance.
From Redondo Beach, California, that's Beach Cities Robotics.
Team 294 would like to take a long walk on the beach with you.
And it looks like a big yes from them. It's an additional team for our number 7 seeded alliance. Our number 6 seeded alliance, when you are ready, please send a representative up to the microphone and make your selection.
Team 604
And Team 581.
would like to invite Team 9408 to join our alliance.
From Downey, California, it's the Warbots.
Team 9408 can barely obtain our excitement to join your alliance.
That is our 3rd team for the number 6 alliance. Number 5, please send up a representative when you are ready. Stage is yours.
Team 9442 and Team 1197 would love to cook the field with Team 846.
From San Jose, California, that's the Funky Monkeys.
I must say, Stanford, I've never met a monkey who is not funky.
You know, I agree.
Team 846 would love to swing to victory with y'all.
All right. I will now welcome up a representative from our number 4 seeded alliance to make your 3rd team selection.
Team 4499 and 9496 would like to invite Team 6036 to join our alliance.
A fine choice.
From Palo Alto, California, that's Peninsula Robotics.
Team 6036 graciously accepts.
Watch your heads. And now let's invite a representative from our number 3 seeded alliance.
Teams 9450
And 5940.
would like to invite Team 5468.
From Bend, Oregon, that's Chaos Theory.
Team 5468 would love to bring some chaos into the playoffs with you.
That's good. Chaos in the playoffs. I like it.
Good to see you guys.
All right, once everyone clears, make sure you don't hit the barge. Very good. A representative now from our number 2 seeded alliance, whenever you're ready. I'm a big fan of the number 2 alliance. You'll hear me cheering for Sty Tide in the elims.
On behalf of Team 694 and the 4414, we would like to invite Team 3045 to our alliance.
From San Mateo, California, that's the Gear Gremlins.
Team 3045 accepts.
They accept. Wonderful. All right. Number 1 seeded alliance, when you are ready, please send up a representative and make your selection. I think they need some help figuring out who to pick. Just random poll in the audience. Who wants to get picked by the number 1 seed? Hey, you can't cheer. You're already been picked.
Team 254 and Team 2910 would like to invite Team 8033 to join our alliance.
From Piedmont, California, that's Highlander Robotics.
Team 8033 Highlander Robotics graciously accept.
Fantastic. Now that is the 3rd team selected for all of our alliances. Now remember, like I said earlier, here at Chezy Champs, we are doing 4 team alliances. 1, 2, 3, 4 teams for these alliances. So we're going to do another round of waiting, about 1 minute and 45 seconds remaining. Teams are going to make another selection during this time, and we will go reverse serpentine draft. So this time we're going number 1 seed, then 2, 3, 4, all the way back to 8, and after the selection of our 8th seeded alliance, that will be it. That will be everyone, and we will go have a wonderful lunch, which I have been looking forward to since about 9:30.
Hey, Andrew.
Hey, Stanford.
Why did the Scarecrow win an award?
Because he was outstanding in his field. Give me a new one.
I don't have any new ones. I'm not Tom.
Yeah, without Tom, none of us are funny.
I even forgot the website he gets them from.
Oh, he gets all his jokes from countryliving.com.
Countryliving.com. Hey, Andrew.
Hey, Stanford.
What's the best way to save your dad jokes?
The best way to save my dad jokes? How's that?
In a database.
Boo.
He must curate these very well.
Here, Stanford, when does a joke become a dad joke?
When it's time for the number 1 seed to make their 3rd pick.
No, when it becomes apparent. All right, number 1 seed, our alliance. Come on up, Ben.
Teams 254, 2910, and 8033 would like to invite Team 972 to join our alliance.
From Los Gatos, California, that is Iron Claw.
Team 972 gratefully accepts.
All right, a completed number 1 seeded alliance. Now we're up to our number 2 seeded alliance. When you are ready, send a representative and make a selection for the 4th team on your alliance.
On behalf of Team 694, 4414, and 3045, we would like to invite Team 5507 to join our alliance.
From San Francisco, California, that's the Robotic Eagles.
camping at 11. We'd love to join your camp with you.
Great job. Our number 2 alliance. You forgot what to say. You say yes. All right. Let's get a representative from our 3rd seeded alliance.
Teams 9450, 5940, and 5468 would like to invite Team 2813.
From Saratoga, California, that's the Gearheads.
Okay. 2813 would love to mesh gears with you guys in playoffs.
All right, there we go, folks. Our number 3 seeded alliance. Alliance number 4, when you're ready, please send up a representative and make your selection.
Team 4499, 9496, and 6036 would like to invite Team 973 to join our alliance.
I'm surprised they weren't picked earlier.
From Atascadero, California, that's the Greybots.
Oh, yes.
Team 973 graciously accepts.
Hooray! All right, yeah, I'll go all the way to your number 4 seed alliance. Number 5 seed alliance. If you have a selection, come on over and make it.
Team 9442, Team 1197, and Team 846 would love to cook the field with Team 2046.
From Maple Valley, Washington, that's Bare Metal.
Team 2046 accepts your gracious offer.
All right, that is our number 5 seeded alliance. Let's invite a representative from our 6 seeded alliance to make their final selection.
Alliance 6 would like to invite Team 841 to join our alliance.
From Richmond, California, they are the Biomix.
Team 841 graciously accepts.
That is our number 6 seeded alliance. Alliance number 7, when you're ready, please come up and make a selection.
Team 1678, 4270, and 294 would like to invite Team 8793 to join our alliance.
From Half Moon Bay, California, they are the Pumpkin Bots.
Team 8793 would love to squash the competition with you.
That's good. Squash the competition. All right. So that was our number 7 seeded alliance. Before we get to our final selection, I have an announcement for all alliance captains. So all of you teams who are here on the field, listen up real quick. I need your attention, please. 1, 2, 3, eyes on me. I do that with high school kids almost every day, and it's crazy how well it works. So here's the announcement. After our final selection from our 8 seeded alliance, I need the alliance captains, 1 representative from each alliance, to stay here on the field so that our head referee and our field personnel can talk to you about next steps. If you leave, if there's no representative for your alliance, then you are forfeiting your right to drive your robot. I will drive your robot in the limbs, and I'm terrible at it. All right? I promise, I'll drive it. I'm real bad. Everyone agrees. Everyone understands. Thank you. It's important that you do this, because if you all run out to go get lunch, then I'm going to drive your robot. You don't want that. Alliance number 8. I've called on you in a time when you do not want to be called on. You're very clearly busy. You have a minute and a half. Whenever you're ready, come on over and make the final selection of our Chezy Championship. Alliance number 8, you have 10 seconds remaining. Although I can't really imagine we'll skip you because there's no one else to skip to.
Okay, team 3663, 4738, and 971 would like to pick 5026.
From Burlingame, California, that's the Iron Panthers.
Team 5026, the Iron Panthers, is positively excited to be part of your pack.
All right, I couldn't hear that either, but I assume it was a yes. Very good. All right, these are our 8 alliances. For everyone who's been selected, you have grueling matches ahead of you. For those not selected, doesn't matter. You're still part of the Chezy Championship experience. We're so happy to have had you all here. Go get some lunch. Oh, and we have awards. I'm sorry. We have awards coming up. They'll be through the playoff matches, so don't leave, even if you didn't get selected, because not getting selected for alliances does not mean you won't win an award. If you want to see the awards, they're over there in the corner, and if they're unguarded, you could just take one. No one's watching, I promise.
magically in any way, shape, or form that is a major foul, if it's repeated, it's a yellow card. If it's more than momentary, more than momentary, it's a yellow card. And if it's more than momentary, you could be disabled if you don't have the license, okay?
I've given you guys, not me specifically, a bunch of teams here warnings about this. Those do stack up. If I see a repeat offender over and over again, it's going to end up in a card.
Cards clear, verbal warnings do not, okay? We don't have robot inspectors here. Make sure your bumpers are in the right color. If you have questions, please ask questions. Video review doc. How many of you played with video reviews in Northern California? Nope. All right. We're going to read this together. I want no confusion. If you have questions, now is the time to ask. There are 3 glossary terms. Challenge coupon. You all receive stapled to your challenge or your rule document. Our review moment is a single thing we are going to review, and a video review is the process that we use to determine or to check that moment. Rule number 1: a video review is limited to the events just before, during, and just after a match. This video recorder only records from match buzzer to T+3 ish. It's overheating. It's a little slow. So errors with or faults with the video recording equipment do not constitute a redefault, will not constitute a match replay, and if it's not available, it's not available. I will tell you that even if you give me your challenge coupon, if it breaks, I'll give it back to you. If the video review we will not look at video from your phone, tablet, or any other source. A video review is limited to about 2 minutes unless we determine otherwise. During a video review, if the head referee is unable to determine if a call should be changed, the original call will stand. We need incontrovertible evidence. The bar for overturning a call is high. Okay? The head referee or video assistant referee may initiate a video review for any reason, so we may review something ahead of time before you challenge, up to our discretion. Each Alliance captain will be given a challenge coupon at the beginning of playoffs. To request a video review, an Alliance captain must submit their challenge coupon to the head referee or their designate, such as myself, before the start of the next match. Be very clear about that, before the start of the next match.
Come to the blue box. I will not see you in the red box. So if you want a prompt response, just come to the blue box.
And if we do not see you while we're counting down, shout. Say something. The head referee may deny a video review request at their discretion if they believe the original call is correct, unable to be reviewed well, does not affect the outcome of the match, or for another reason. Only a review events affecting the outcome of the match may be eligible for video review. Once a video review has been initiated, the challenge coupon will not be returned unless the challenge is successful in the judgment of the head referee. Otherwise, the Alliance will lose their challenge coupon. Very clear about that. You give me your challenge coupon, expect not to get it back. Only if you are successful do you get it back. If 2 Alliances request video reviews for the same match, the requests must be for different review moments. One thing that's not noted in here, when you challenge something, say you missed a foul. I'm going to go to the other Alliance and say, hey, do you have something to match that or greater than that? Do you have a major foul that we missed? That way we're not posting the score more than one additional time. Make sense? The following rules and situations are not eligible for video review. G413, unless it's a case of mistaken identity. G425, no pinning is reviewable under any circumstance. And G201, be a good person, no disabling bypasses, connectivity issues, or skill faults fall under this review process. Any questions at all? What numbers?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Oops. Yes.
If you want to do a swap, I did not realize they had the lines numbers on it. Sorry.
3. Thank you. Any other questions? Cool. Please ask if you have any. Good luck. Have fun. Keep comments.
All right, y'all. Welcome back from lunch. We're at Robo Sports Network. I'm Izzy. I'm joined by Steve and Dave. We're super excited to break down our playoff alliances here. A super exciting alliance selection. Walk me through. Let's look at 1 versus 8.
Yeah, the 1 seed pairing up 2910, our World Championship defending team, with 254, the Chezy Poofs, and they're bringing in their 4th 972 Iron Claw to go up against this 8 seed alliance.
Yeah, I think a lot of this match for the number 1 seed is really going to be seeing how they all vibe together. You know, they have a very high firepower from all 3 of those robots, and we've seen a lot of the times, sometimes you get those 3 really skilled robots together, it can be a little bit tricky to find out what the best path is and what the best rhythm you're going to be. Steve, what do you think if you're the 8th seed coming into this? What are you thinking about?
Well, we've already seen 971 Spartan Robotics spend some time on the other side of the field in qualification matches taking algae. So we might see that again to try to disrupt the high-powered offense of the number 1 seed. But moving on to match number 2, that'll be between the 4 and the 5 seed, where we see 4499 pairing up with 9496 and picking up 6036 Peninsula Robotics, pairing up against an alliance that started with 9442 Miso Mechanics, and they had a few picks before they got to pair with 1197 Torbots.
Yeah, you've definitely seen some big firepower from the Red Alliance here, and they're similar situation to the 1st seed alliance, but I think it'll be interesting to see how they play it out. Since it's pretty early in the bracket, maybe they're going to try and do a little bit riskier things to see what, take a risk, see if they can vibe together in a different, interesting way.
Yeah, and Red Alliance, all 3 ground coral pickup robots, so trying to make sure that they're not in each other's way.
It's very tricky, yeah.
And there's not too much coral in one place all rolled together, and then you come in and blast and move them all out as you try to pick one up. Next matchup between the 2 and the 7, the number 2 seed 694 picking up 4414, our World Championship finalists this year. 694 has had a run during these off-season competitions that they've been going to. They look like they're on fire.
Yeah, I think I'm excited to see the autos from both of these alliances. I think there's a lot of ability for autos on these, but it's going to be how they all blend together. I think that 4270, 294, 1678, that's a really strong alliance. They were able to come back a little bit lower in the bracket and get 4 teams that'll work really well together.
And the 7 seed here, I think, has a pretty clear alliance makeup because it allows them to have Crusaders not focus on algae because of 294's acumen with it, and 1678 able to pick that up. So letting teams play to their strengths is going to be a big part of this playoff tournament as we're in double elims. This first match doesn't knock you out. This first matchup, you only see this alliance that you're up against once, and then you're in the lower and the upper bracket. So you still have time to work through, but you have to win every match after your first loss.
Yeah, it can get tricky.
Our last match in round 1 of playoffs, we've got our 3rd seeded alliance up against our 6th seeded alliance. We have 9450, 5940 Bread up against 604 and 581. Dave, what do you think of this 6 seeded alliance?
Yeah, I think the 6 seeded alliance is going to be able to probably, I think that they're pretty evenly matched between these. So this is going to be one that I think we're going to see go back and forth a bunch, and it's probably going to come down to autos. I think you see 604, 581, they have some very consistent high number autos, and I wouldn't be surprised if we end this match seeing whatever the difference is between the 2 of them in auto is going to translate out and end up being the final score difference.
And in only a 1-match playoff between these 2 teams in this matchup, the Red Alliance has the opportunity, they have the potential for a really high scoring autonomous mode, but they haven't hit it all the time. So this one could get decided or could influence the match very early based on just how many coral and algae get scored in those first 15 seconds.
Yeah, this 581, 604, 9408 alliance is one of my favorites. I think they're going to go far. They have the Warbots being able to play the algae game and kind of clean the floor. We've seen that being really impactful in putting up those really, really high scores all the way through the event.
Yeah, well, with that, we're going to send it on over to the field to kick off our playoffs. Take it away.
All right, so we're about to get our playoffs started. Before we start, just going to throw up on the screen here. Here is the bracket. Here's all the teams who will be playing this afternoon. It's a little confusing, but as we go through, you know, it'll start to make more sense. The first match is going to be the one up in the top left, match number 1. So yeah, we will be announcing some awards after match 12, so make sure you're here. That's the one, it's somewhere in there, round 4. We'll start announcing awards then, and so hopefully you'll get one. Cool, so let's meet these teams for the match number 1. All right, here we go. They were your number 1 seed this weekend, 254.
It's the Chezy Poofs.
The number 1 pick at this event, world champion this year at the Houston Championship, 2910.
They are Jack in the Box.
Rounding out this alliance, they're another team that's been really great in the Bay Area the last few years. It's 972.
From Los Gatos, that is Iron Claw. Not on the field for the Red Alliance in this match is Team 8033 Highlander Robotics.
All right, coming on down to this side of the field. They're a team that everybody knows. They always have the coolest, craziest robots. It's 971.
From Mountain View, it's Spartan Robotics.
In the middle, their partner, 4738 with the safari hats.
From San Diego, the Patrobots.
And rounding out this Blue Alliance, 3663.
From Bothell, Washington, CPR. Not on the field for the Blue Alliance in this match is Team 5026, the Iron Panthers.
All right, we've got a thumbs up from our FTA. Gates are locked. Drivers behind the line. Let's get playoffs. Chezy Champs 2025 going in 3, 2, 1, go!
And we are go here for playoffs at Chezy Champs 2025 in autonomous both sides of the field. Your number 1 seed alliance in red, your number 8 seed alliance in blue. Complete autonomous chaos going over here on the Red Alliance side. More coral than I can even comprehend, but it's going to be the Blue Alliance being very close to red as the drivers take those controls. 70-66 as we enter the teleop portion of this match. 254, 2910, both going for the barge for red, joined by 972. It's an algae fest on this field. These alliances wanting to clear the algae from each side of the field. 971, Spartan Robotics going up to the barge for blue. 2910, dropping a coral as they try to score on L2 for the Red Alliance. 972 going up for the barge. 971 completing an algae steal for the Blue Alliance. They've now got a coral stuck inside of them. We'll see if they'll be able to clear that. They might be stuck as an algae-only robot for the rest of this match. The Red Alliance is up 133-99 with 90 seconds remaining in this match. 254 scoring on L2. 2910 scoring on L3. Meanwhile, on the Blue Alliance side, CPR scoring up on L4. Patrobots joining their PNW partners. 971 putting up the last algae on the field up into the Blue Alliance barge. 175, 129, just over a minute to go. CPR scoring on L3 for the Blue Alliance. 971 completing level 4, just trying to complete level 4, not making it for the Blue Alliance. Iron Claw getting ready to score on L3 for the Red Alliance. A coral shoved so far down on L4 up there. I'm not sure if that counts, but this Red Alliance is getting ready to fill up that reef. 216, 173. 36-69 scoring on L2. 971 completing L3 for the Blue Alliance. And L1 is just complete chaos over here on the Red Alliance side. Fully stuffed with coral as the rest of the reef gets completed. It's L1 only here, folks, for this Red Alliance. 241 as we hit 10 seconds left. A very efficient match on both sides, but this Red Alliance is up by almost 40 as it's now time to climb here in the first playoff match at Chezy Champs. 5 seconds left. 254 is in the air. 972 trying to get in the air. 2910 is up. 3663 is up. 4738 might be up as time expires on our first playoff match here at Chezy Champs. scores are in to playoff match number 1. It is your Red Alliance taking this one 271 to 235. That Red Alliance is going to the upper bracket. We're going to be seeing them again in match number 7. Blue Alliance dropping down to the lower bracket. We're going to be seeing them again in match number 5. And now it's time for RSN to give us a breakdown of that match.
All right, 270 was the clean high score from qualifications. We've got 271 with 2 foul points kicking things off here in playoffs. What did you guys think of that match?
Yeah, I think right out of the gate you saw similar strategies that we were seeing on Einstein, with both alliances pretty much immediately clearing up. If we can pull up the replay, we're about 30 seconds into the match, and you can see most of the algae is already off of the floor. There's about 4 left on red and only a few left on blue, and that really opened up the floor for both alliances to really execute on getting those coral on the reef. You can see it's pretty crazy, the numbers that are already going up. 100 points with 1 minute and 50 seconds left for red, and then 200 points, surpassing 200 points with a little less than 1 minute left, which is, absolutely mind-blowing if you really think about it.
Both of these alliances with great autonomous modes, nearly 70 points each, and as it is minute 20 left, there's 1 algae left on the floor, so able to focus on that coral.
Yeah, and we ended the match with, it looked about 4 robots up, 2 on each side, and that really shows that these alliances are prioritizing getting those points as much as they can, which will really make the difference to drive that end score up. When you're down to just putting up some L1s, leaving and going and doing a climb can be really impactful to the end score.
Both alliances looking pretty good there. Blue Alliance coming over and taking some algae, but still getting really high scores. So hope to see them advance through the tournament in the lower bracket. Red Alliance gets a respite until match number 7.
Yeah. And up next in round 1, match 2 of playoffs, we have our 4th seed headed up against our 5th seeded alliance. So led by 4499 the Highlanders, up against 9442, leading that 5th seeded alliance.
And we see the 9442 taking themselves out, using the 4-team alliance here to their advantage, perhaps thinking that there's a more cohesive alliance, or relying on Bare Metal's climb to be the difference in this match. Yeah, we know that we've seen Bare Metal have a little bit of issues kind of throughout the event, but I think that they're really pushing and they've been getting more consistent, so this may be a good opportunity for them to feather out a couple of the last remaining stuff. I'm looking forward to seeing how they all go together, particularly this Red Alliance. I think that there's a lot of execution that'll flow very nicely between the 3 of them.
Absolutely. We'll see if 2486 can get online here in playoffs. We're going to send it down to the field for introductions for match 2.
All right, folks, we're going to introduce our second playoffs match. Starting on the Red Alliance, we have team 6036.
Peninsula Robotics.
Their partner in the middle, 4499.
The Highlanders.
And rounding it out, 9496.
Link. And joining them, but not currently on field, is team 973, the Greybots.
Over on blue, we're starting with 846.
The Funky Monkeys.
Their partner's 1197.
The Torbots.
And rounding it out, 2046.
Bare Metal. And joining them, but not currently on field, 9442, Miso Mechanics.
We have a thumbs up from our field personnel. Drivers behind the lines. In 3, 2, 1, go!
We're starting off our second playoff match here at Chezy Champs. All 6 robots were showing why they're worthy of being in the playoffs here, putting up crazy amounts of coral up on that level 4 branches from either alliance, bringing scores soaring high into the air, ending off on a 58-44 lead in favor of the Red Alliance. Immediately we begin with 4499, the Highlanders going for a targeted algae attempt alongside their partners, both robots from the Red Alliance. Already 4 pieces of algae up in the net for red, 3 for blue. Currently focusing on the algae game because, you know, in higher levels of play, it's algae that wins the competition. Red Alliance almost done with the algae. 4499 putting up the third to last piece for the red, which leaves them able to a little more free to start working on that coral. Red Alliance transitioning to the coral stage here, working on levels 4 and 3 for the higher scoring game pieces here. 94-96, Link starting to work on level 2 as well. Meanwhile, on the blue side of the field, 11-97, the Tor bots making cycles back and forth from the human player to try to fill up any of the higher scoring levels on their blue Alliance reef. Blue is going to be trailing by around 30 points here, 174-144, but there's still a minute on the match to make it up. A shot from the red human player makes an algae sail into the Red Alliance net. That's going to be 4 points for the Red Alliance, bringing their score up close past 200 here with 45 seconds still left in the match. Let's see how high they can get their Alliance total score here. 94-96 putting up a level 2, followed by both their partners working on those level 1 trough pieces of coral. Just 2 more branches available for the Red Alliance, while the Blue Alliance still has plenty of the higher scoring spots available. That means the Blue Alliance score can climb a little more easily than the Red, which lets them catch up a little bit easier compared to the Red Alliance. With less than 10 seconds left in the match, robots now heading over to the barge to climb on their cages for 12-point boosts here. 2046 not quite grabbing onto that cage, and that might make the difference here, folks, as we close out our match 2 of Chezy Champs playoffs. We have your scores for that last match going up on the board. Red Alliance taking this one with a score of 254 to 222. Red Alliance advancing to the upper bracket, where we'll see them in match number 7. Blue Alliance falling down to match number 5, while they'll continue to try to stay in the tournament in match number 5. Now over to the desk to see what happened that match.
Red Alliance takes the win with 254 points. They came right out of the gate in auto up, and they maintained that lead throughout the entire match. Dave, talk a little bit about auto on the side of red.
Yeah, so we saw Link. They've been trying to get this 4-piece that they have to be consistent, and they almost hit it this match, ended up with 3 of them, but they were hovering right over that last coral reef. So I think with some small tweaking, it looks like that they're going to make that happen. Coming out of auto, you saw that they were in the lead 58 to 44, which kind of dragged all the way through the match, and it's hard to make up those points in the end. And I think you saw a little bit with the Blue Alliance. They're still working on the sequencing and making sure that you're able to actually have clear paths when you're scoring. There was a little bit of getting in each other's way that can cause some rhythm issues. And then once you get into those rhythm issues, it's hard to get it out. So, of course, they'll work on that, and then for their next match, they'll be able to sort that all out.
Well, they might have to relearn it, because if they're bringing their captain back in, then whatever they learned for their sequencing, they're going to have to redo it. So I'm quite curious to find out what's going on with Miso, whether they're going to be playing in their next lower bracket match.
Yeah, and I think contrary to the first match, this match we only saw 1 climb going up, and that is impactful. You saw both of these teams really trying to push the scores up, stay out a little bit longer, and then didn't leave enough time to actually fully execute the climb.
Yeah. Well, up next in match 3, we have our 2nd-seeded alliance up against our 7th-seeded alliance. This should be a super fun match. Steve, what do you think?
Well, I think it's surprising that Citrus Circuits went with Crusaders until you watch them play. Crusaders is so fast at that coral, and 294 able to play that that algae game, I think that alliance has a really clear way of playing, and that might be able to give them a really good plan coming into this match against a high-powered 2-seed.
Yeah, typically you kind of can feel a little bit what's going to happen with this 2 and the 7, but I think that these matchups are way more evenly matched than we might have previously seen, and I'm excited to see the 1678, 4270 in 294 alliance. I think that with the 2 ground pickups and the human loading pickup with 294, they're going to have a bunch of different options for how they're going to run sequencing, and I think it's going to keep them away from each other so they can have a nice clean match. And we know that 294 does a really great job cleaning the algae off of it, and along with 1678's ability to do that as well, they're going to be able to have a nice clean match the entire time.
Absolutely. It'll be a super high-powered match here. We're going to send it on down to the field for introductions for qualification, or not qualification, playoffs match 3.
Playoffs? All right, here we go. Playoffs match number 3. We're going to introduce these teams. Start with 44-14.
It's high tide.
This team right here. If there was an award at this event for squarest bumpers, they would definitely win it. They don't want just that, though. They want to win the whole thing. It's 694.
That's Stipulse.
And rounding out this alliance, 30-45.
The Gear Gremlins. Not on the field for the Red Alliance in this match is Team 5507, the Robotic Eagles.
Coming on down here to this side of the field. Starting us off is 294.
From Redondo Beach, California, Beach Cities Robotics.
In the middle, the Alliance captain, 1678.
From Davis, California, the Citrus Circuits.
And their Alliance partners, they were winners at the East Bay Regional this year. It's 4270.
From Honolulu, Hawaii, the Crusaders. Not on the field for the Blue Alliance in this match is Team 8793, the Pumpkin Bots.
All right, we've got a green light. Drivers, get behind the lines. Let's go in 3, 2, 1.
And we are off here for our 3rd match here in playoffs at Chezy Champs. 694 going for the backside autonomous, putting 1 coral up and then 2 algae inside of the barge while their partners work on some coral on either side of the reef. Meanwhile, on blue, they've had a almost identical scoring, in fact, an identical scoring autonomous period, tied 51 all as the drivers take their controls. Now as the real-time scores update showing a slim advantage for the Red Alliance as 294 runs to the opposite side of the field and completes some algae stealing, trying to make sure that their alliance has the advantage when it comes to algae, slamming into 694. The team from New York now breaking away from the collision, headed towards the coral station and getting ready to score once again. Meanwhile, 44-14 competing a mutual coral steal for the Red Alliance. 294 is still searching around for some algae, picking it up, sending it up into the barge. 1678 recovering from being beached on an algae just for a second. Send that one up into the barge. It is incredibly close here, folks. 7 points between these two alliances, just 90 seconds left. 44-14 going up to the barge for the Red Alliance. 694 scoring on L3. 42-70 scoring on L4, but not quite making that one. 2 points now the margin. No, we are tied. This score is updating faster than I can even comprehend as 694 scoring the processor for the Red Alliance. 1678 scoring on L2 for the Blue Alliance, and they're going to be finishing out L4 for them as well. 4270 rapidly trying to get as many coral onto that reef as possible, but missing some shots in the process as 3045 bounce a coral off of L3 on the Red Alliance side. 1678 scoring on L3 for the Blue Alliance. 294 are doing the same. 199, 179 in favor of Red. What can the Blue Alliance do to try to take this match back? 1678 scoring on L3. 44-14 doing the same. The World Championship finalists completing L3 now for the Red Alliance. That sound means it's time to climb, folks. 230, 209 in favor of Red still. 294 getting lined up with the cage on the Blue Alliance side. 4270 doing the same. The entire Red Alliance trying to get lined up with the cages. We have a triple climb here on the Red Alliance side. We have a double triple. All 6 robots in the air as time expires on playoff match number 3. Scores are in for that match. It is your Red Alliance taking this one, 262-255. A very high scoring match on both sides of the field. The Red Alliance, your number 2 seed, we're going to be seeing them again in the upper bracket, match number 8. Meanwhile, your Blue Alliance, the number 7 seed, we're going to be seeing them again in match number 6 in the lower bracket. Now it's time for RSN to give us a breakdown of that match.
All right, I believe only 13 points, 14 points separated these two alliances. A super close match, maybe a little closer than we were anticipating. Oh, math, hard.
It's late in the day.
Yeah, so a little bit closer of a match than we were expecting. Walk us through what happened.
Yeah, I think as soon as the match started, you saw 1678, 4270, and 294. They've kind of got their autos that split them up, right? And you got 294 that's going for the backside of that reef. They have a phenomenal auto that's been pretty consistent with pulling those 2 pieces of algae. Unfortunately, this match, it missed, and I think that had a ripple effect through the flow of the rest of it, because then they had to spend the time to go pick those 2 game pieces up where they could have been doing some other things, which is really important to pick those game pieces up because you don't want the other lines to grab them.
Right, and in chasing those algae, they actually picked up two major fouls, and we see that fouls were a difference in this match. So kind of going off game plan there for Blue in this match, just right out of auto, missing those 2 and 1 over, 294 chasing it, and then sort of getting all sorts of discombobulated.
Yeah, definitely. I wouldn't be surprised if we see these 2 alliances back at it later in the bracket.
Yeah, and up next, we have our 3rd seed up against our 6th seed. Super interesting here, we have 9450, the Velocity Raptors. I believe they did a algae stealing auto earlier today. Interested to see if they attempt that in playoffs, and any kind of miss there could set them on the back foot heading into teleop.
I think there was one of the students just over there like waving, telling you like, no, don't say that. Don't tell them.
Well,
We've been watching.
They only rode it yesterday, and they've only run it once on the field. So the fact that one actually touched the algae and shifted it a little bit, pretty impressive there. But trying to disrupt their opponents in this match, the Blue Alliance should have a pretty clear game plan. But I said that last time.
Yeah.
Let's see how Autonomous sort of influences how these alliances are able to play at the beginning of teleop. We'll go down to the field for introductions.
All right, it's time for match number 4, which means it's the last match of round number 1. Let's meet our teams, starting with Team 9450.
It's the Velocity Raptors.
In the middle, we got Team 5940.
That's Bread.
Rounding out this, actually not rounding out this alliance, but here joining them, it's Team 5468.
That's Chaos Theory. Not on the field for the Red Alliance in this match is Team 2813, the Gearheads.
Heading over to the blue side of the field where we'll see alliance number 6, starting with Team 9408.
That's the Warbots.
In the center, we got Team 604.
Quicksilver.
And in the leftmost slot, Team 581.
That's the Blazing Bulldogs. Not on the field for the Red Alliance in this match is Team 841, the Biomex.
We are good to go. Drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, go.
And we are off here in the last match of our first round here at playoffs at Chezy Champs. We have your number 3 seed alliance in red, your number 6 seed alliance in blue. The 6 seed has already placed 2 algae up into the net, courtesy of Warbots running their backside Autonomous. And in fact, it's going to be that number 6 seed with the lead as the drivers take those controls. 5940, 9450. The anagrammical teams headed both towards the barge, sending algae up into it. They have now pulled ahead of the Blue Alliance by 1 point. Scores updating faster than I can even comprehend. These two alliances getting to work. That Blue Alliance side of the barge already bursting with algae. They've got to work, and now it's just all coral all the time over there for your number 6 seed alliance. Meanwhile, Bread picking up an algae off the reef, sending it up into the barge. Might bounce out. No, it stays in. 9450 Velocity Raptors, the finalists of the Pacific Northwest District Championship, headed up to the barge as well for the Red Alliance. Meanwhile, the Warbots send up an algae up into that barge and pick up another one that belonged to the Red Alliance. The Blue Alliance now with the lead still, 154-138. About a minute and 20 left in this match. 5-8-1. The Blazing Bulldogs placing a coral on L2. And the Warbots getting to work on L4. 604 Quicksilver placing on L1 already for the Blue Alliance. Meanwhile, Bread scoring on L3 for Red. 182-175. Scores faster than I can even possibly update them. But the Blue Alliance is staying ahead. 5940 get lined up with L3. As our Chaos Theory, the second pick on this Red Alliance. 205, 197. it's all coral all the time. This Red Alliance has almost completely filled up their ring. In fact, they have the top 3 levels. Now it's all L1 for them, as it is with the Blue Alliance as well. 54-68, running to the opposite side, playing some defense over there for the Blue, against the Blue Alliance, trying to stop 9408 from getting coral, who can only get it from the coral station. That sound means we've got 20 seconds left in this match. 2:35, 2:19. Warbots getting lined up with the climb. 604 getting lined up with the climb. The entire Blue Alliance is lined up. We have 5 seconds left in this match. All 3 Blue Alliance robots off the ground. All 3 Red Alliance robots off the ground. Yet another match where we have 6 robots in the air as time expires on match number 4. And scores are in for that match. It is the Blue Alliance taking it. Our first upset of the day, 277-261. The Blue Alliance, your 6th seed, they're off to the upper bracket. We're going to be seeing them again in match number 8. Your 3 seed, the day is not over for them. They're headed down to the lower bracket. We're going to be seeing them again in match number 6. RSN, what just happened?
All right. A little bit of an upset there. Our 6-seeded alliance takes the win up against our 3 seed. What did you guys think?
Yeah, I think we knew that the 6-seed alliance was going to be they were going to vibe really well together. 604, 581, super heavy hitters, 9408, doing an awesome job of keeping the algae, putting it up in the net. We saw 604, maybe they went a little too quick with the algae. They actually put up so much algae so quickly that you can really easily toss it over. You throw the algae into the net and it bounces and go up and over. Saw that a couple times, but other than that, very, very clean match by 6, which I think was really impressive.
And the 3 Alliance had their own issues with algae. They had only 9450 scoring because they were just inconsistent in that net scoring. So 9450 even going over to the processor to put some balls in the wall, and the algae making a big difference in that match. Not the entire difference, but an advantage for blue there. So Red Alliance, as they continue in this tournament, will have to see how they can improve their overall algae strategy, because 54-68 unable to score algae, and 59-40's inconsistency there means that 94-50 is really leveraging, or is really leveraged to like only deal with algae.
Yeah, and looking at our end game here, it looks like all 6 robots were able to get a deep climb there, so you can really tell that these 2 alliances are prioritizing making sure they get those points, which I think is really impactful to your overall score, 261, 277.
Losing
those
with
are up
261.
there. Yeah, you're losing with 261 points. You're doing something right. That's a tough one.
Yeah, and looking ahead up to match 5, that is the end of round 1 here in the playoffs. Match 5, we have our first lower bracket match. We've got our 8th-seeded alliance over on red up against our number 5-seeded alliance over on blue. Looks like we have 94-42 back in the game. They had subbed themselves out in round 1, and this time 846 sitting out on this alliance.
Yeah, Steve, what do you think you're learning from thinking about these 2 teams' first matches? What are you changing or reprioritizing to try and work your way back through the lower bracket?
Well, I think 971 had a good experience taking algae. It didn't seem to disrupt their alliance all that much, so might continue with that, as the blue alliance still has to work out what their whole flow is going to be. 94-42 able to score both algae and coral faster with coral. So there might be an opportunity there for red to take advantage of blue there.
Absolutely. And with that, we're going to send it on down to the field for introductions for match 5.
All right, playoff match number 5. Let's get these teams introduced. Starting on our red alliance, we have team 971.
Spartan Robotics.
Their partner in the middle, it's 4738.
The Patrobots.
All right, and bringing the whole alliance to life, it's team 3663.
Cedar Park Robotics. Joining them, but not currently on field, is Team 5026, the Iron Panthers.
Over on blue, we have Team 1197.
The Torbots.
Their partners, 9442.
Miso Mechanics.
And rounding it out, it's Bare Metal.
Team 2046, Bare Metal.
I should say the team number. I forgot the team number. 2046. It's right in front of me. I can't read.
And joining them, not currently on field, Team 846, the Funky Monkeys.
Literacy is an important skill, children. Learn to read. We have our thumbs up drivers behind the lines. In 3, 2, 1, go!
We're starting off match 5 here of playoffs, and this is the lower bracket, which means both alliances are fighting to stay in this competition for another chance at finals. We got plenty of teams busy scoring on that level 4 reef. 2 algae up on the barge for red. That's going to bring red into the lead, 62 to 61. Just a 1-point difference coming out of the autonomous period. The Red Alliance making a concentrated effort at algae into the barge in the beginning, bringing a total of 5 pieces of algae up in the Red Alliance net, while the Blue Alliance is a little more focused on the coral here in the early game. 2046 Bare Metal unfortunately dropping a piece of coral, but they pick it right back up again with their floor intake, which lets them try again onto that level 3 branch. They get it off successfully this time, bringing the Blue Alliance score up to 102. Meanwhile, on the red side, they're continuing to work on that net, putting algae after algae up there. That was the Spartans machine, and now they're working on a bit of coral here, dropping off a piece of coral onto level 2, followed by another one. The field looking very clear of algae, just a few pieces here and there rolling around. And if you take a look at the barge, you can see why there's so many algae up on that Red Alliance net. Not to mention their reef also is looking very full. I count around 4 or 5 empty branches on that Red Alliance reef, which accounts for their impressive 178 score with around a minute left in the match. Blue, though, they're not outdone either. Their reef is also looking quite full. Miso Mechanics dropping off a piece of coral onto level 2, followed by their partners Bare Metal, who look to do the same. Now all they gotta do now is fill up that trough, picking up pieces of coral and dumping it into the trough for 2 points apiece for the Blue Alliance. Meanwhile, on the red side of the field, there's a couple of empty branches still available on that level 2. Just one more available. Let's see if they can fill up the entire reef in the remaining 20 seconds left in the match. Robots also starting to climb during this time, heading on over to the barges and hooking onto their deep cages, trying to get off the ground in order to score 12 points per robot as they climb up off the ground. 3 Red Alliance robots up in the air, 1 for blue. We'll see how that match is called in a few moments. Scores coming up on the screen here for match number 5, going to the Red Alliance with a score of 255 to 208. Alliance number 8 moving on in our bracket, where we'll see them again in match number 10. Please join me in giving a big round of applause to Alliance number 5 for a well-performed weekend. Teams 1197, 9442, 2046, and 846. Now we'll head over to the desk to see what happened that match.
All right. Red Alliance takes it 255 to 209 on the side of that 5th seed. What did you guys think of the match?
Almost all of that difference in algae. Only 3 algae for the Blue Alliance and 13 for the Red. Just a couple early misses from Blue, and then they just went away with it and tried to focus on Coral.
Yeah, you can see completely full reef by the Blue Alliance, but it was just that all that extra algae really put the nail in the coffin, and as well as those 3 robots climbing at the end. That makes a really big difference. It's hard to recover from that.
And Red Alliance spending all their time on algae, so that's why they don't have all that many in L1, but that doesn't mean that they don't have the potential for doing it. They just had extra algae to play with.
Yeah, I think it's easy when you're playing these matches to get locked in on filling all of the spaces on the reef, but it's important to remember that those algae are worth as much as an L3 or an L4. So it's good to pivot and make sure you completely clean all of those options before you go back to the L2s and the L1s, which I think we saw here.
Yeah, I agree. Looking ahead to match 6, we have our 7th seeded Alliance over on Red taking our 3rd seeded Alliance. Hopefully, the last match, our 7th seed dropped down after missing, I believe, a couple of algae into the net, really making it challenging to catch up to that 2nd seeded Alliance. What do you guys expect from these teams?
I'll be interested to see whether Blue, the number 3 seed here, has figured out how to get their alliance balanced to the point where they can start getting 9450 to scoring Coral, because they're very fast at it. But if they're just stuck on algae, it might limit what their alliance is able to do on the reef.
Yeah, I think on the Blue Alliance we have Chaos Theory 5468. They have an absolutely phenomenal all event, right? And I think in that first match we didn't see all of their full potential, and I expect that they've gone back and they've reviewed all of that, and they'll be able to pull all the pieces out to really put up a strong fight against this Red Alliance of 294, 1678, 4270. We talked a little bit about 4270 at the beginning of the match and at the beginning of the bracket, and I think that they're the ones with this bracket. 294, 1678, known quantities. 2470, year after year, they're always going to these high-level off-season events and practicing, and they take them very seriously, right? Like, Steve, I think you mentioned earlier that they've been going to IRI and they've been going to Chezy consistently for years, and I think all of that practice, in addition to their normal in-scene competitions, has put them in a perfect place to be able to know how to properly execute on all of this.
And I think of the teams that are already in the lower bracket, the alliances that are in the lower bracket, the number 7 seed here had the best first match. They scored 255 and they lost on penalties. So the opportunity here to just run a clean match and continue in the elimination bracket.
Yeah, and I think 1678 really being the kings and queens and the royalty of pushing their way and making it happen, right? We see them 10 years on Einstein. They always kind of know how to make it happen. So looking forward to see what they can do in this match. We'll send it down to the field for match 6.
Well, let's meet the teams for playoff match number 6.
Playoffs.
First, you done? Playoffs. Are you done?
One more time. Playoffs. All right, now I'm done.
All right, he's got it out of his system now, thankfully. It's 294.
It's Peach City Robotics.
In the middle for red, 1678.
From Davis, California, it's the Citrus Circuits.
And last up for red is no one. It's 4270.
From Honolulu, it's the Crusaders. Joining them, not on the field, is 8793, the Pumpkin Bots.
First up on your Blue Alliance, we've got 9450.
From Woodinville High School, it's the Velocity Raptors.
In the middle for blue, 5940.
I've got a rumbly in my tumbly for bread.
And last up on blue, 54-60.
Quack, quack, quack. From Bend, Oregon, it's Chaos Theory. Joining them off the field is 28-13, the Gearheads. Hey, Stanford. Hey, Stanford.
Yes.
I have a question for you while we wait for this robot to go to the field. What did one hat say to the other?
Tom, I'd really love to know.
Stay here. I'm going on ahead.
Thank you. That was very enriching.
I liked it. Oh, I have another one. Why did the teddy bear turn down a slice of cake?
It's high in sugar?
Oh, because it was stuffed.
Wow.
We'll be here all day, people.
Unfortunately.
Fortunately for everyone, because this is amazing, and yeah, you're all lucky to have heard it. All right, we can turn the music back on now. What am I doing? Yeah. Why am I standing like a dumbass?
We are ready to go here for playoff match number 6. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go!
Here we go. Match number 6, lower bracket. Win and stay alive, lose and you're going home. right now it looks like the Red Alliance struggling a little bit. 1678 not moving on the field. Unfortunate break for the Red Alliance. Blue Alliance doing great in auto. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Coral scored in auto for the Blue Alliance. Red Alliance has the firepower to catch up. Let's see if they can get it done right off the bat. 1678 grabbing those algae, trying to pop them up. They get 3 in about 15 seconds. Great job by the Citrus Circuits making up for that lost time in auto. Meanwhile, on the blue side of the field, we've got Bread trying to do some algae of their own. But the red robot, 294, Beach City Robotics, is over there trying to mess it up for the blue side of the field. They've already stolen 1 algae. Let's see if they can get 2. When these matches get tight here in playoffs, everybody's scoring tons of coral. It can come down to 1 or 2 algae rolling over to the other side of the field, or someone going to steal one. And it looks like the Red Alliance is implementing that strategy with 294 going down to the other side of the field to steal algae. We've got 1:10 left in this match. Blue Alliance still able to keep that advantage they had out of the auto period, but Red Alliance is crawling back. If they can score the rest of those algae and fill the reef, they may have a chance to win this one. But with 56 seconds left, that looks like a bit of a challenge. We'll see if they can do it. Meanwhile, on the blue side of the field, they've already started to put coral on L1, 9450. Trying to pack those coral onto L1 while their partners finish off the remaining L2. It looks like there's only 2 pegs left on L2 to score on from what I can see. So Red Alliance getting close, but Blue Alliance almost all the way done with the reef. And with 20 seconds left in this match, there may not be enough time for Red Alliance to make it up. We'll see what they decide to do, if they decide to keep scoring or to go for the climbs. Here comes Citrus trying to do a quick algae score and climb. They missed the algae. Can they get the climb? Let's see. We've got 1, 2 blue robots up, 1 red robot up. Red Alliance definitely pulled off the algae stealing, algae scoring strategy. Unfortunately, it may have not been enough with the hole they were in auto. We'll have to see what the final scores were, and we'll be right back. Score from that last match in, and it's going to be the Blue Alliance moving on. 1 more round. Let's put our hands together, though, for those teams on Alliance number 7, 1678, 4270, 294, and 8793. Great job this weekend at Chezy Champs. Thank you.
Well, welcome back to the desk, Sarah, for a match that featured 4270 seemed only able to do L1 coral, and that sort of shifted Red's whole strategy.
Yeah, we saw 294 coming out of the gate, and you know that they're very heavy with the algae, and it seemed like they stuck to playing that. And then with this artifact with 4270 really just hammering on the L1 and Citrus doing their best to fill in, you can see the middle half of the graphic, even though they have 21 L1s, there's a lot of empty spaces in the middle of that reef, which I think caused the points difference there.
For sure, we did see both 294 and 1678 trying to get some algae up. That definitely helped close the deficit, but it wasn't enough in the end to take the W here.
Yeah, I think it's really tough in the intensity of these. If you have a little something wrong with your robot, these are tight turnarounds for these alliances, particularly in the lower bracket, so it can be hard. But congratulations to that alliance, and awesome work.
Looking ahead to previewing our upper bracket match here, match number 7 between the 1 seed and the 4 seed. Both of these alliances having a pretty clean first match.
Yeah, we've seen 254, 2910, and 8033. They've already gone through a match and shown us what they're capable of. I think that they'll just be refining. They'll probably not be making a lot of changes with this. Steve, if you are your Link Peninsula and Highlanders, how are you going to tackle this after seeing what you saw from the first seed's first match?
Well, partially because the first seed is bringing in their third partner rather than their fourth partner here. They're bringing in Highlander Robotics, who didn't play in the first match. I think that my go-to strategy almost every time, especially in the upper bracket, is play your game, because there are a lot of opportunities with so many scoring cycles for the alliance on the opposite side of the field to get out of rhythm, and the best way to take advantage of that is to have your best match.
Yeah, I think we've seen the high coral firepower with 60, 36, 44, 99, and 94, 96. It'll be interesting to see if they can max out their scores and be able to play their games, which we all know is really deeply threaded in coral. And we'll probably see Link playing a bunch of algae cleanup. With that, we'll send it down to the match. We'll send it down to the match 7.
Introducing this match, starting with our Red Alliance, we have Team 254.
The Chezy Poofs.
Their partners in the middle, it's 2910.
Jack in the Bot.
Rounding it out, 8033.
Highlander Robotics. And not on field, Team 972 Iron Claw.
Let's go to the Blue Alliance, where we find 6036.
Peninsula Robotics.
Their partners, 4499.
The Highlanders.
And rounding it out, 9496.
Link. And not on field, Team 973, the Gray Bots.
We have a thumbs up from our field. Drivers behind the lines. Players, wait, nope, ignore that. We're good. Okay, 3, 2, 1, go!
We're starting match number 7 here at Chezy Champs playoffs. Chezy Poofs dropping their second and third piece of coral onto that Red Alliance reef. Meanwhile, the Blue Alliance robots also busy funneling coral from their human players to the reef, ending in a Blue Alliance lead 54-50 coming into the teleoperated period. Jack in the Bot and Chezy Poofs working on algae for the Red Alliance. Blue Alliance matches with 2 of their own. Scores are neck and neck, and I expect they could remain this way for the remaining 2 minutes of the match. Chezy Poofs and Jack in the Bot coming back with additional pieces of algae, one going in, the other bouncing out of the field. Chezy Poops dropping a piece of coral as well. We'll see how that affects the outcome of the match. Blue Alliance using this opportunity, taking a slight lead, but Red takes it right back with Jack in the Bot dropping off a piece of coral onto one of the level 4 branches, followed by another level 3 as their partner, the Chezy Poops, throws a piece of algae up into the net, followed by their partner, who attempts to do the same, but not quite getting it down. Meanwhile, on the blue side of the field, 60-63 not moving. Looks like they're having some issues with their robot. Hopefully they can get their robot up and running in the remaining minute of the match. But for now, the Red Alliance will take this opportunity to pull ahead of Blue, bringing their score up to 155 to the Blue Alliance's 138, constantly picking up pieces of coral thrown by the human players and dropping them down into the trough and the empty level 2 and 3 branches. Jack in the Bot looking for their last piece of algae on their side of the field, not quite grabbing it, but throwing it over to the blue side of the field where it is easy pickings for the Blue Alliance robots. 94-96 Link with a piece of algae of their own, tossing it up into the net and trying to grab the piece that was thrown by Jack in the Bot, grabbing it securely and looking to score it up into the Blue Alliance net. Just a 30-point difference here with 10 seconds left in the match. Blue Alliance robots looking to climb to make up that gap. Jack in the Bot popping up last second as the match comes to a close. We'll be back with your official results in just a moment. We have scores for that last match going up on the board, going to the Red Alliance with a score of 234 to 196. Red Alliance advancing further in our upper bracket to match number 11, where we will see the Blue Alliance again in match number 9 in our lower bracket. RSN, let us know what happened in that match.
The number 1 seed moving on in the upper bracket, a little bit lower there in Autonomous, bringing that score down, but smooth throughout, getting most of the net algae that they expect to get, and looked like they had pretty good cohesion. They mostly filled the reef.
Yeah, and you know what they say, slow is smooth and smooth is and 254 coming out of auto, and they were really focused on doing the algae that was that was cleaning up the reef to allow 8033 and 2910 to focus on filling up, really filling in all of those spots. And like you said, they didn't max out the score, but I think that that's pretty typical, right? As they get a little bit deeper in playing these more difficult alliances, they're going to have to think about the strategy that they're playing. And over on the blue alliance, we saw alliance number 4 struggling a little bit, unfortunately, 60-36, looking like they never really came back to life after auto. And with that, they were kind of behind the ball. I think if they were to come back to life, this match would have been significantly closer. Just wanted to point out 44.99, they have an awesome coral score that looks very nice and super consistent, and 44.99 and 94.66, knowing that when you're getting towards the end of the match, if you're down a little bit, you're going to go get those climbs, which they both secured.
Let's start looking at match number 8. What do we expect to see in this match?
I think more of what they did in their first round matchups. 581 doing that mark auto and giving a lot of room for their partners to run side autos, and 9408 being the algae specialist for that 8 alliance.
Yeah, I think
6 alliance.
Yeah, we know with 9408 they really would like to focus on clearing that, and with 604 and 581 being such coral heavy robots, they'll probably be playing that role. And I think we'll see the number 2 alliance kind of playing the same strategy that they've done, similar to like we see a high level of champs. All right, we'll send it down to the field for the next elimination match.
Well, let's meet our teams for playoff match number 8. First up on your red alliance, it's 44-14.
High Tide.
In the middle, we've got 55-07.
The Robotic Eagles.
And last up on red, 30-45.
The Gear Gremlins. And not on field, team 694, Sty Pulse.
Over here on blue, we've got 9408.
The Warren Warbots.
In the middle, 604.
Quicksilver.
And last up on blue, 581.
The Blazing Bulldogs. And not on field, team 841, the Biomex.
We are ready to go here for playoff match number 8. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go!
We have playoff match number 8 here at Chezy Champs underway. 30-45. Gear Gremlins getting stuck on their reef at the beginning of Autonomous. We'll see how that shapes the outcome of the match to come. But meanwhile, the Blue Alliance will be taking the lead here going into the teleoperated period, 74-54. Red Alliance playing a little bit of catch-up here, 44-14. High Tide looking to put a piece of algae up into the net alongside their partners, the Gear Gremlins. Meanwhile, Robotic Eagles working on that Red Alliance reef, bringing coral from the human player and finding branches on which they can put it. Meanwhile, on the blue side, Bulldogs dropping off a piece of algae up into the net, followed by their partners, the Warbots. That Blue Alliance net looking very full already with a minute and a half left in the match. High Tide trying to match with an algae of their own, picking up a piece of coral as well and tossing it up into one of the level 4 branches. The scores are a little bit closer here, but the Blue Alliance is looking to pull away, having 3 robots concentrating on that Blue Alliance reef, putting coral up wherever they can see. Meanwhile, the robotic eagles looking to neatly stack pieces of coral onto that level 1 trough for the Red Alliance. That might prove to be useful later on in the game once the trough starts filling up. But the Blue Alliance throwing as many pieces of coral as they can at the reef, currently not yet filled when it comes to the branches, and managing to balance algae precariously on that Blue Alliance net. Bulldogs also working on that trough for the Blue Alliance as well, popping up pieces of coral into that trough over one another to stack them neatly in nice little rows for the Blue Alliance. Blue Alliance currently ahead around 30 points with 20 seconds left in the match, but Red Alliance doing their best to catch up to the Blue Alliance score. High Tide and the Gear Gremlins putting up pieces of coral each before heading on over to Climb, where they hope to swing this match with 3 robots hooked onto the deep cages. Quicksilver already up in the air. Bulldogs looking to do the same as the match comes to a close. We'll be back with official results in just a moment. Scores for that last match coming up on the screen. Blue Alliance taking this one with a score of 263 to 238. Blue Alliance, Alliance number 6, is going to be moving on up in our upper bracket to match number 11. But for the Red Alliance, we'll be seeing them in match number 10. If we take a look at our bracket, we have Alliances 1 and 6 remaining in the upper bracket currently. Alliances 2, 8, 4, and 3 still duking it out in the lower brackets for a chance to come back in the finals. We'll head on over to the desk for an analysis of our previous match.
So Blue Alliance taking it there, moving on in the upper bracket. Our next matches will be in the lower bracket, but Red Alliance had a little bit of discombobulation there because the captain unable to make it to the field.
Yeah, it was really interesting seeing the Blue Alliance 6 seed coming out of auto 74 to 54, 20 points ahead. Really interesting strategy here. You see 44-14 kind of immediately going, scoring, picking up that piece of algae. And then as they do, they drive across the field and they're very purposefully knocking over those lollipops. Steve, what do you think the reasons for that?
I think you do that to make sure that the algae all end up on this side of the field, because that is more difficult for the Blue Alliance to come over and take, because you don't want to be going through your opponent's cages.
Yeah, we'll have to see Kenny. If Kenny's around, he can come answer that question for us. Looking at the Blue Alliance, the 6 seed, they had a really nice clean match, right? They all had their own separate lines, and they were just kind of perfectly executing this with all of that algae already up in the net. You see them with 9 pieces of algae. Really, that is the way to play the game if you want to maximize the score. And when you have a lot of these alliances, they're going back and forth to the human loading station, you kind of need to play the game like this, right?
This is the way to make a high level late playoffs match. It's just removing the variables in all of your side of the field. It's exceptionally clear there. So enough coral for 581 to pick up off the floor, and a clean lane for both of the coral station scorers.
Yeah, I agree. We can pull up the donuts, just take a look at this. Full reef from the Blue Alliance, 263 points to Reds, 238.
but each missing a climb there, so some improvement available for both of these alliances as they continue. Coming up is a field break before we get to match 9. A little bit of time for the alliances that are in the lower bracket now to regroup, but especially since we saw just 2 matches ago one of these alliances play.
That's right. In match number 9, we're going to see the number 4 alliance in red and the number 3 in blue. We expect this to be quite a close match, given they are so close in the standings there. What do you think we can expect in the match?
Yeah, we saw this last match. The Red Alliance had a little bit of problems with, I believe it was 60-36 coming out of auto, and didn't pick it up, so I can expect that they got that fixed, which I believe will drive their score up. We've been talking about Chaos Theory kind of all weekend, and they've really just been rising up through the rankings. And, you know, Bread has that super high firepower at 9450 and 5468. I think sometimes when you're working with a team that is of that caliber, it will just drag the other alliance partners up with them, right? Because they're getting to learn the processes, they're going to learn good habits, they're going to like play the game a little bit differently and maybe think a little bit differently. So I'm really excited to see that alliance and how they're going to pull together. I believe they're going to put out a good showing.
And it really speaks to the strength of the alliances here at Chezy. We are in relatively early in the lower bracket, and we're seeing the number 3 and the number 4 seeds having to play each other. So lower seeds advancing farther than would usually be expected. So early matchup here to knock out one of the top seeds at the event.
Yeah, I'm thinking a little bit about playing in the lower bracket. Steve, do you change your gameplay at all when you're going into this? Do you approach strategy a little bit differently, as if you're in, if you're in the upper bracket, you kind of get a couple of chances with your double elimination. In the lower bracket, do or die.
I know previously I said especially in the upper bracket you want to play your game, but I think especially in the lower bracket you want to play your game because
that's notable.
Like, you're up against the alliance that already had at least one hiccup or had a match that didn't go their way. So the best thing that you can do as an alliance that didn't have a match go your way is play your best possible match. If you're totally off the reservation and you're running a strategy that you've never played before, your reward might be slightly higher, but your risk gets, I think, untenable.
Yeah, something that I've noticed whenever we're playing in the lower bracket is that your turnaround is a lot faster, right? So we're seeing this alliance that just played a match, now they have this little bit of field break, but you're going to have to go right back out there. When you have these quick turnarounds, it doesn't leave you a lot of time to really refocus, strategize. You're kind of just putting the robot back together and putting the bumpers on and making sure the battery is good. So it can be a really rushed process.
I think also just when you're in that lower bracket, there is a little bit of more nerves and stress. So trying to keep the drive team calm, cool, and collected, because it's do or die time. But if you stress out, you're not going to be at your best performance.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think on the other side of it, when you're going through the upper bracket, you can have these super long, drawn out, like when you're going from match 7 to a match 11 or match 1 to match 7 with the one alliance, right? Like you're sitting around, that's a little over an hour. You can kind of get out of it if you're just kind of cruising through the upper bracket. It can sound nice and relaxed, but it's very easy to kind of fall out of the rhythm. And if you lose track a little bit, you can fall out of focus, which I think can be detrimental to some teams if you're not really ensuring that you're staying focused.
Yeah, because you can start thinking about all the scenarios that could possibly happen, and then you're 3 steps beyond what if they do this, and then we do this, and then we do this. Perhaps overthinking could be the downfall of some alliances that have these big breaks in between their alliances. I don't know, play your game. I think it's a better strategy.
Play your game,
overall.
that's the theme of the weekend. I would agree with that.
And in keeping with trying to keep the stress levels low for these alliances that are in the lower bracket here, let's send it down to the field for them to get ready for their match, be totally ready to play on in the tournament.
All right, let's meet the teams for match number 9. Starting off with Team 973.
It's the Gray Bots.
Their partners in the middle station, 44.99.
That's the Highlanders.
And rounding out this alliance, 94.96.
They are Link Not on the field for the Red Alliance in this match is Team 6036 Peninsula Robotics.
All right, coming on down to this side of the field. We have two teams, very similar numbers. Blink and you might mix them up. This is 9450.
They are the Velocity Raptors.
Their partners in the middle station, 5468.
Chaos Theory.
And last but not least, 5940.
They are Bread. Not on the field for the Blue Alliance in this match is Team 2813, the Gearheads.
All right, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go.
And we are up here for playoff match number 9. Autonomous going on both sides of the field. 973 going straight for the barge, getting it in there. Some extremely loud whirring sounds emerging from 4499's robot as they sit by the Coral Station. It's the Blue Alliance with the lead as the drivers take those controls. 4499 picking up an algae off the reef, joined by their partners 973 and Link. Meanwhile, 9450 placing an algae inside of the processor for the Blue Alliance. 5468, Chaos Theory picking up a Coral, putting it up on L4, keeping this Blue Alliance lead alive. Meanwhile, on red, 4499 and 9496 getting to work on the reef. 9496, Link coming from North Carolina, scoring on L4. 973 going up to the barge as well. 90 seconds left. Blue Alliance with the lead still as Bread scoring L3 for the Blue Alliance. 4499 putting one on L3 as well. The Red Alliance has one remaining spot on L4. Has two remaining spots on L4, as does Blue. And the Red Alliance has actually caught up to the Blue Alliance, now ahead, 159. We have 159 all now. Real-time scores updating extremely quickly as these robots furiously get to work. Velocity Raptors going up to L3 for the Blue Alliance. 9496 going to L2 for the Red Alliance. We have 45 seconds left in this match. Now the margin is extremely tight. All standing between 1 and 5 points. 9496 missing a Coral on L3. Now successfully going for the one they were trying to go after initially. 211 to 212. Slim margins in favor of the Blue Alliance. It looks like this is going to come down to climbs unless something ridiculous happens here. But this is Chezy Champs. Ridiculous is the name of the game here. 227 all as the end game buzzer sounds. 232 all as the end game buzzer sounds. This is going to be incredibly close here, folks, at Chezy Champs. All 6 robots getting lined up for the climb. All 3 red robots up. All 3 blue robots up. We have a double triple climb here as time expires on playoff match number 9.
All right, our referees are checking out the score from that match. We don't have it just yet. We'll be right back. For now, we're going to head over to the RSN desk. They're going to talk about what happened, and when we have the final score, we'll be right back.
So the thing that they're probably looking at is Blue Alliance here took advantage of a part of the field that isn't usually showing up in playoffs. So we're going to show you 2x speed here from about 90 seconds left in the match. The Blue Alliance, as the Red Alliance has already got their barge net mostly full, they have just started pumping algae into this processor. And now it's very difficult for Red to get all of the algae that come into here to stay in there. And it got to the point in the last part of this match where Blue was still going to the wall, but then the algae was coming back to their side of the field, and they were just putting them back in the wall. So
they were recycling algae here.
And able to continue doing coral, so keeping up on the reef there, and the score is just tied up when the Blue Alliance has no algae in their barge net.
Yeah, it's a really interesting dynamic. What do you think would cause an alliance to even think of this, right? Like this is a really interesting thing that we don't see very often. So what would you expect was the like precursor conversation to like, oh hey, here's what we saw this happen earlier. This is crazy.
I think we saw it because at Chezy Champs, more so than I think we saw at championships, just the algae's bouncing out of these nets. Teams aren't as practiced, the precision of it, it's either too short or too far. And so, well, if it's hard to score in the net, there's a place we can score 6 points at a time and get to the point where the dynamic of the match means that you're not even giving your opponents 4 points by doing that, and might have swung this playoff match.
A little bit of the variant we saw late in qualifications where we saw teams like 254 scoring in the processor to get those extra points.
And like just both of these alliances scoring really well. Their reefs branches are mostly full, not spending a lot of time on L1 though because of this sort of back and forth algae battle. This match featured way more than 18 algae scored because of all the processor shenanigans.
Yeah, I think also something that's really interesting is, you know, if you have every single piece of algae that are up in the net over here, right? Like you have none on the floor, and we've always found that when you have these clean floors, it's forcing the score up because they're using a significant amount of, or they're putting a significant amount of coral up because it's just way easier to get those clean cycles, pick up that stuff off the ground without having the potential of getting beached up on it. We've seen quite a few robots get beached on that algae, and I think it's something that teams always forget about, and it's something that you practice. You probably don't like specifically practice for it, but when it comes up, it can be really frustrating, and then it takes not just if you're trying to get your partner unstuck, it's not just the one robot that's stuck, but you're pulling your second robot away from your alliance to get unstuck. So having that clean field really allows you to just like focus on getting everything.
And both of these alliances working very hard to get that clean field. It's usually the case that if the alliances are cleaning the field of algae, that they are about even in total algae scored in the nets. So just sort of a wash there, and then it's about how quickly you can use that ability to, now that your field is clear, now you can put up coral, and it's a coral battle, and it's a make sure that you get up off the carpet at the end battle. But really one of the actual different dynamic matches that we've ever seen in Reefscape.
Yeah, do you think this is something that they could play again, or like they've kind of shown their cards at the table now and it's going to be tough for them to pull this one out again?
I feel like it depends entirely on the human player and how much they have practiced trying to get that algae in, and it's going to probably pivot the other alliances, so they're going to be thinking more about their algae management in the reef. Maybe you're scoring closer to the center of the field to give your human player a little bit more room there to try and get more of the algae up and in.
Or the pivot for an alliance that's really worried about how well they can score into a full net is just take yours and score them in the processor. If you both do it, then okay, we're back to a wash. The whole point, we think that we're stronger on coral than you are. Like there's a point at which there is an opportunity for the opposite alliance to say, well, Uno reverse card, you can't force us into this like over full net no matter what you do. There is an opportunity for us to just put enough up in there. And now the 2-point delta that you get from the processor and us scoring in the net, now that might come back to bear.
Yeah, and I think when a lot of these teams are designing these robots from the start in the beginning of the season, right, you're designing to the challenge of say, like, okay, we've got this open net and we need to be able to lift up the algae to just like toss it over the edge. It's really high up there, so you have to put a lot of thought into that. You don't really think about like, you know, this is similar to what 2018 or something with you have to be able to reach up above how many cubes if you really want to be able to be maxing out the score. Here it's similar where you'll see some of the teams struggle with that.
We're going to throw it back to the field for the scores from that last match.
All right, folks. It was an extremely, extremely close match. Before we see the results, we want to explain one of the calls that was made. So a ball was thrown into the barge after T0, which means after the match ended. However, it was in before the 3-second scoring period was completed, so it does count. So, now it's time to see what the results of that match were. It's your Blue Alliance taking it 276 to 276. We will up. It must be auto points as the tiebreaker. So the first tiebreaker in a playoff match that is not finals in the game manual is leave plus auto points. Because the Blue Alliance scored more in autonomous, that does mean the Blue Alliance is your victors for this match. And they're staying alive in the lower bracket. But please, please give a round of applause to your Red Alliance, your 4 seed. What an incredible fight that they had in this match. An amazing showing. Give it up for teams 973, 4499, 9496, and 6036.
All right. Wow. It came down to the auto tiebreaker. That's incredible. So don't miss, I guess. All right, let's start off this one with 44-14. That's high tide. In the middle, they sat out the last one. You got the robot fixed. It's good to go. You know, we'll say yes. 694. That's Stiples. And rounding out this alliance, 30-45. That's the Gear Gremlins. Not on the field for the Red Alliance in this match is Team 5507, the Robotic Eagles. All right, down here at the blue side of the field, we're going to start off with 971. That's Spartan Robotics. In the middle, 4738, the Patrobots. And rounding out this Blue Alliance, 3663, CPR. Not on the field for the Blue Alliance in this match is Team 5026, the Iron Panthers. Wow. All right, we've got a thumbs up. Drivers behind the line. Let's get this match going in 3, 2, 1, go. And we are back after that incredible match 9, and I'm sure this match number 10 is just going to be as incredible as that was. We've got autonomous both sides of the field. 694 tried to go for the 2 algae autonomous. High Tide trying to go for the 4-piece. Looks like they got it on L1 last second. But it's going to be the Blue Alliance with the lead as the drivers take those controls. 3663, CPR prevents from the Pacific Northwest, sending an algae up to the barge, joined by their 2 partners, the Patrobots and Spartan Robotics. 44-14, High Tide, the World Championship finalists, going up to the barge for the Red Alliance. 694, their partners from New York, sending a algae up into the barge. Gear Gremlins have a coral stuck in the bottom of their elevator, trying to free it from inside of their robot. We'll see if they can get that done. 120 to 87 now in favor of the Blue Alliance, your number 8 seed. CPR going up to the barge for the Blue Alliance. 971 going on L3. 4738 going on L2. An incredible showing so far from this Blue Alliance, but Red is catching up. 3045 still trying to free that
coral from inside of their elevator. 44-14, picking up an algae off of the reef. The last algae that's on that reef on the Red Alliance side. Blue Alliance still up 162-136. CPR scoring on L1. Oh, it just falls off for the Blue Alliance. 47-38 going up on L3. 694, our friends from New York, going on to L2 for this Red Alliance, trying to catch up as best they can. They are down by 10 points with under a minute to go. 30-45 now fully pivoted to defense, blocking one of the coral stations on the Blue Alliance side, stopping 47-38 from loading as 694 and 44-14 finish off the reef on the Red Alliance side. The margin is now just 6 points with 30 seconds left. The entire Blue Alliance still working furiously as the Red Alliance now pulls ahead with 20 seconds left. 1 point the margin. This is going to come down to end games, folks. Blue Alliance pulls ahead. We are now tied. 10 seconds remaining in this match. Pace robots are up. 971 is up. We've got the entire Red Alliance trying to get lined up. We have High Tide and Gear Gremlins up. Another incredibly close match as time expires on match number 10.
These matches are absolutely wild, Stanford.
I don't believe it, man.
Oh my. Oh my. Whew. That was an intense match, Stanford. I have a question for you about that match.
Yes, Tom.
What do you call cheese that isn't yours?
Tell me, Tom.
Nacho cheese.
Thank you, Tom. And scores coming in for that match. Eventually. Hit the button. Oh, we're not ready. Never mind. It's close again, believe it or not. Now we're good. It's your Blue Alliance taking this one. Alliance number 8. Headed to match number 12. What an incredible show here at Chezy Champs. 241 to 232. And please help me in congratulating your number 2 seed Alliance teams. 44-14, 6-9-4, 30-45. They have played incredibly, but their competition has come to a close. And now it's time to send it over to RSN for a breakdown of that incredible match.
Super close match there, only 9 points, so barely more than a climb difference, but the Blue Alliance able to work through. They initially had one of their robots able to do coral from the ground, but then that part of 971's robot ceased functioning. All 3 robots having to go to the station, so Red sends over 30-45 to defend, and it slowed them down and really got that match very close.
Yeah, I think we saw with this, it's interesting sometimes these 8-seed alliances, they really can, try some different things. The first match is always a little bit difficult, so they can see what makes the most sense. And like you said, with 971 having to pivot and them all do human loading stations, they have to think a little bit more about their pathing and their sequencing. And at the beginning of the match, we saw significantly cleaner algae from both sides of it, right? That's really reminiscent of the Einstein matches where we saw, the first 30 seconds is all about getting all of those pieces of algae in the net, and we didn't have to worry about something like we saw last match. And looking over at Alliance 2, they played a very clean match. There's full the reef, 6 and L1, got 2 deep climbs, 694 with the park. Really hard to beat that. 240 points is something not in a shake stick at.
I think one of the things when you look at this breakdown of the matches, it really is some very, very small things that led to the blue victory, right? It's the one additional coral scored in auto. They were the same when it came to net algae. The Red Alliance actually scored more coral in total than the Blue Alliance did, but the Red Alliance did pick up a couple fouls along the way, and they had the poor arc instead of the deep climb at the end.
And you see that the one bonus point or the 2 bonus points from Autonomous on that coral, that is 2 entire cycles of L1, so the diminishing returns of Reefscape really sort of punishing here, because both alliances even on the net algae and close on climbs, but even if they were even on climbs, that auto saving a cycle and the bonus points can prove the difference in these very close matches.
Yeah, and coming off of that upset, I'd love to pull up the bracket so we can discuss a little bit more about these upcoming matches. Taking a look at, we're going over to match 11, back into the upper bracket. Steve, what do you think?
Well, with only 4 alliances left, the number 1 seed has run all 4 of its robots, so it should have a handle on the way that they want to play. And with 2910's Lollipop Auto functioning well, they are able to make the alliance, like the whole teleop strategy, based on we should be up in autonomous mode.
Yeah, when I was first looking at this bracket and these alliances, the number 6 seed, kind of in my brain, I was looking at them and be like, wow, 604, 581, 9408, and 8401. How did that happen? That's kind of a powerhouse alliance to see them on the back half of the alliance bracket. And I think if there's anybody that's going to be able to keep up with the first alliance, it's going to be them. I think that with the firepower of 9408 being able to grab that algae, potentially going over, maybe stealing some of the algae, we saw at the highest levels of play on Einstein, that came in one missed piece of algae can make the difference. So I think that they're going to be sending over 9408, potentially picking a couple pieces of algae, maybe trying to disrupt the flow that 254 has with grabbing the algae that has been the role that they've been playing significantly. Yeah.
Traditionally in FRC competitions with the double elimination bracket, match 11 can be a preview of the finals. So it could be a very, very exciting match.
With just these 4 alliances left, any of them totally live to take the Chezy Championship here. But here we are at an off-season, a fall off-season with many new team members on teams, new drivers, new robots in many cases. And we're talking about Einstein-level strategy. So the resiliency of these teams to still be able to perform at a championship caliber level late in the season with tired robots and new people in them speaks to how well teams are doing at like FRC nowadays.
Yeah, and I think as a whole, it's really impressive, right? You see teams that are going out there and they're playing not just like, back in the day, Steve, when we were playing, how many matches did a robot play? And it was
my World Championship robot in 2007 played 45 total matches.
Yeah, 45. I think 118 this year played over 200 official matches in the last couple years. That's another level of engineering that these students are doing, being able to afford the reliability and the consistency. And we're so late in the season that we see them really having to push the limits and do a lot to focus on that.
Sorry, we always get caught up in reminiscing, but there's live action soon to come here. Match 11, number 1 seed versus number 6 seed. Both of these alliances seem to be clicking. What is going to make the difference in this match?
It's interesting to note on the Red Alliance, it looks like they are bringing back in 972, who played in their first match, but then they subbed in 8033 for the second, going back to 972. We'll see if that's a winning combo for them in this one.
Let's send it down to the field for introductions.
All right, everyone, I'm so excited. Why am I excited, you ask? Not just for this match, but because Madtown Throwdown announcement has finally gone out on Chief Delphi and we can register. Woo, we have dates. I'm just kidding. The match is up. So let's introduce these teams, starting with the Red Alliance. We have Team 254.
The Chezy Poofs.
Their partners, 2910.
Jack in the Bot.
And rounding it out, 972.
Iron Claw. Joining them, not currently on the field, Team 8033 Highlander Robotics.
Over on the Blue Alliance, looking to make the upset, it's Team 9408.
The Warren Warbots.
Their partners, we have 604.
Quicksilver.
And rounding it out from San Jose High School, it's 581.
The Blazing Bulldogs. Joining them, not currently on the field, Team 841, the Biomex.
All right, 581, what do big dogs do? What do big dogs do? Big dogs what? Big dogs what? All right, not this match. I want to win this one, but next match. No, I'm just kidding. Lock in. Absolutely, it'll be great. We have a thumbs up from our FTA. Drivers behind the lines. In 3, 2, 1, go!
We got playoff match number 11 underway. Red Alliance Robots just going at it on that level 4 of the Red Alliance Reef. Meanwhile, on the Blue Alliance, we have Team 9408. That's the Warbots working on some algae up in the net for the Blue Alliance. Red Alliance is going to take the lead coming out of auto here, but only by 15 points, so it's anyone's game. Bulldogs putting up a piece of algae up into the net, but Jack in the Bot and Poofs, as well as their third partner, Iron Claw, also putting one up each as well, bringing the net game up neck and neck for the Red and Blue Alliance. Both Blue Alliance currently with 8 pieces of algae up top, Red with 8. Very close match here as well. Red with a slight lead. They're maintaining that around 15-point advantage from the autonomous period, consistently working on that reef. Jack in the Bot with another piece of algae, heading on over to the red side of the net, not quite getting it in as their alliance partners continue to work on coral. 254 with a level 2 score. Iron Claw looking for level 4, not quite getting it in. 581 Bulldogs for Blue, dropping off a piece of algae up into the net. It also looks like there is some algae stuck in the inside of the Blue Alliance Reef. That's 4 points off the table for either alliance, meaning that all the algae available on field is already up in the net. So it's just coral, coral, coral. Both alliances working to fill up their reefs as much as possible. 254 dropping off their last level 4 piece of coral for the Red, now working on that trough. There's still one empty level 2, which Iron Claw is going to get. Meanwhile, on the blue side, they've already filled up the entire reef as well, now working on the trough. Both alliances just going at it on that trough. Iron Claw picking up 2 pieces of coral, dropping one. Looks like it might have gotten stuck, but now they're reoriented, heading on over to the reef to try to score into that trough. 9408 Warbots dropping off a last-minute piece of coral into that trough as teams head on over to climb. just a 2-point differential as all 6 robots up in the air as the timer buzzes. Your unofficial score shows an advantage of 2 in favor of the Blue Alliance, but we'll be back with official results in just a moment. We have your scores coming up on the screen. The Blue Alliance pulling off an upset victory, 271 to 269. Alliance number 6 advancing to our finals. Alliance number 1 dropping into our lower bracket where they will fight through the other competing alliances for another chance at finals. They're going to be playing the winner of match number 12, which is between alliances 8 and 3, and the winner of that match will be heading over to finals as the Blue Alliance. Now over to the RSN desk for a breakdown of this match.
So both alliances filling the reef there, mostly all getting the algae up. One algae stuck in the Blue Alliance reef, but one thrown over by red. So algae making the difference in that match. One more score for the Blue Alliance there, taking it by 2 points.
Yeah, this was a crazy match that was reminiscent of all those high-level matches we were seeing at Champs, and I think it really showed that this game, when you were playing at a high level like this, you need to be so cognizant of all those small mistakes, right? Like, so we see the Blue Alliance with one more algae in the net, and we see that there was a little hiccup with 2910 placing that L1, swiped a couple of them off. That's a really tough thing to deal with, but it's something that as you're playing in that super high-paced level of the match is going to happen sometimes. But when you have these two teams, these two alliances that are so well matched up against each other, it really can come down to something as small as that.
This is definitely a game of very small little things making a difference. You know, here we can see that the Red Alliance actually did score more coral in auto, and so that bonus did keep the match a little bit closer, just 2 points being the difference in the end, with all 6 robots climbing.
Yeah, and I think seeing the Blue Alliance, there was a couple notes that I had written watching 604. Something that they had struggled a little bit with in the past was tossing that algae up over the net. They had been working on it, doing it so quickly, and they really wanted to accelerate that process, that when you have a net that has 5, 6, 7 pieces of algae in it, you can kind of toss it up and over. It can hit one of those pieces of algae and bounce up over the net, and then you're essentially feeding it to your the opposing alliance. This match, they learned from that. They were much slower and smoother with it, and they had much cleaner. Again, with 581, we talked a little bit about their autos and how impactful that center auto was going to be during qualification matches. And here you can see that they've got it on lock and they can run it. And it paired with 604 and 9408, they're really able to push through and have like really great scores coming out of auto. You know, Red Alliance put up 75 points. The Blue Alliance putting up 60 points in auto, which was pretty crazy.
But it's the whole match together. So Blue Alliance able to even outscore in terms of total scoring elements, scoring 4 more than the Red Alliance over the course of the entire match. Teams have really picked up their precision. We're seeing way fewer net net algae throws over to the other side. So every little thing counts. All 6 robots getting up at the end of the match as well, something that we really weren't seeing during qualifications. So teams are pretty close to dialed in, and this game at the edges, there's just no room for error.
Alliance 6 has already progressed to the finals, so we'll be seeing them there, but don't count out Alliance 1. They'll be playing again in match 13 in the lower bracket. But let's take a look at our next match and what we have coming up in match 12.
Match 12, we have got a matchup with the 3 seed against the 8 seed. We've seen both of these alliances play some pretty dynamic matches. The 3 seed breaking out that all algae on one side of the field match. Perhaps we could see it again.
Yeah, with the Blue Alliance here, we know that Brett incredibly good at scoring coral. The rest of their alliance has been keeping up with them and reaching out, and I think that their ability has really just grown over the course of this. Chaos Theory, we talked about them again and again. You see them up in the PNWC. What do you think of them?
Really, really, really consistent. They're the kind of team that can just take almost a full half of the reef and score all those coral because they just have a very consistent cycle and their elevator is very fast and their climb is impeccable. I don't know how many times they've actually not been counted for the deep climb. So you know what you're getting out of 5468, and that is exactly the kind of partner you want on your alliance.
Yeah, and we talked about this 8-seed alliance earlier where they were, they just went up against the high caliper, took out the number 2 alliance, and you could see them finding a really good rhythm with this new strategy of having them all go to the coral station. So it'll be interesting to see. They'll have even further learnings on that I think will translate over well to this next match as they work their way trying to pick down all of the different alliances, make their way to the finals.
And with that, we'll throw it over to the field to introduce the teams to this next match.
All right, we got match number 12 on deck here. These 2 teams have been incredible this entire event through the playoffs. We're about to see a great match here. We're going to start here on the red side with team 971.
That's Spartan Robotics.
Their partners in the middle station, 4738.
That's the Patriots.
And rounding out this alliance, 3663.
CPR. Not on the field for the Blue Alliance. The Red Alliance in this match is Team 26, the Iron Panthers.
All right. Whoop, I went the wrong way. Going on down to the blue side of the field. This is the alliance that pulled off that really interesting processor strategy last time. Let's see if they try it again or if they've got something new cooking up. It's 9450.
That's the Velocity Raptors.
In the middle, 5468.
It's Chaos Theory.
And rounding out this alliance, 5940.
That's Brad. Not on the field for the Blue Alliance in this match is Team 2813, the Gearheads.
The winner of this match moves on to play the number 1 seeded alliance. The loser of this match is going home with a nice consolation prize. Match number 12. Let's get it rocking and rolling in 3, 2, 1, go.
And we are up here for playoff match number 12, lower bracket. These 2 alliances want to stay alive. The one that loses will be eliminated from our tournament here at Chezy Champs. We have your number 8 seed alliance in red, your number 3 seed alliance in blue, and it's the Blue Alliance with the more efficient autonomous period. 65-45 as the drivers take those controls. 47-38 appears to have already had some mechanical failure. They're going to head to the opposite side of the field and play defense for the rest of this match. We'll see how that affects the Red Alliance's chances in this match. 59-40 Bread and their partners, the Velocity Raptors, going up to the barge. 47-38 playing some defense now against the Velocity Raptors as they try to score in the barge as well. CPR and 971 getting to work on the Red Alliance side. Relatively clear over here compared to the other side. But they are down 77-115. What can the Red Alliance do to try to take this? What can the Blue Alliance do to try to keep this lead? 94-50. Trying to get up into the bars. They are successful now, picking up a coral off the ground. 139-98. Just under 90 seconds left. 971 headed towards the coral station. Grabbing a coral from the human player. CPR picking up a coral from their human player as well. As 971 drops one off on L3. 150-116 in favor of the Blue Alliance at the moment, who are all three simultaneously working on the reef. 94-50, scoring one up on L3. Picking up another one from the ground is 47-38. Defend Chaos Theory from those coral stations. But the human player on the Blue Alliance side is ready and prepared with more coral on the other side. But 47-38 is successfully blocking the PNW team from getting to those coral stations. That is slowing down the Blue Alliance a bit, but it might not be enough for this Red Alliance. They are down 148-186 with about 30 seconds left in this match. 94-50 going up on L2 for the Blue Alliance. Chaos Theory joining their partners is 47-38. Potentially look to go climb. They're going to go play a little bit more defense. 202-169 in favor of the Blue Alliance. Brett getting lined up with the cage, as is the rest of the Blue Alliance. 47-38 getting lined up with the cage on the Red Alliance side. It's 36-63 doing the same. We have 971 up. We have two robots up on blue as time expires on playoff match number 12. And scores are in for that match. It's your Blue Alliance taking this slide. 248-195. We're going to be seeing that Alliance number 3 in match number 13 next. And please help me in congratulating your Alliance number 8, the teams 971, 47-38, 36-63, and 50-26. Their competition has come to a close. And now it's time to send it over to RSN for a breakdown of that match.
Welcome back to the desk, Stephanie. 3 Alliance moving on into the lower bracket finals there, showing that they're difficult to defend.
We've had a pretty interesting playoff bracket so far, some upsets coming through. It's going to be an exciting lower bracket final coming up, but what did we see in this past match, match 12?
It really started off in the autonomous period, not going Red's way. It looked like 4738 used the A stop button to stop the robot for the autonomous period, and then they came back to life once we got to teleop. They then quickly pivoted to the defensive side of the field, where they were trying to play defense on blue, not putting up quite enough to keep blue from getting a quite high score here.
Blue Alliance resilient there, 54-68 with that wide funnel, able to take the coral from the human player even as somebody is trying to get them off of their position. And Blue, even with the extra robot on their side, able to play their game. So moving into match 13, this is a matchup between Alliance 3 and Alliance number 1, moving down into the lower bracket, hoping to have at least as good a match as they each just had and come out on top here.
What have we seen from this number 3 Alliance already in this tournament?
This was our alliance that played the probably most creative strategy we have seen at Chezy Champs, maybe in the entire season, but definitely at this event. They were recycling the algae through the processor, and just a really great strategy that caused them to win on a tiebreak and make it all the way here through to match 13 now.
I believe we also saw an attempt from 9450 earlier today with the autonomous attempting to steal an algae from the reef. Is that something you think that we're going to see in match 13?
Yes.
Excellent.
Sorry, yes, no question. They really want to take Reefscape and sort of turn it on its head, because left to their own devices, the Red Alliance here, even in a match that they lost, is putting up just so many points, more than I believe the 3 Alliance has put up in their matches. So they probably are looking to just start the match off by disrupting it and playing a slightly different Reefscape.
We've also got this number 1 Alliance that has a couple wins under their belt. They just lost recently in match 11. Any adjustments you think we might see? Is this just a run it back and try and do it better? What do you think they're thinking now?
I think there's probably a debate going on about who they're going to be putting onto the field. We've seen them play both of their alliance partners, 972 playing in the first and third match that they played, and 8033 coming in for that second. So it'll be interesting to see which 3 robots they decide to put on the field for this make or break match in order to make it to the finals.
But before we get to that match, we have awards to give out. So we will send it down to the field to give some teams some hardware.
All right, thank you so much. I want to introduce our judge advisor for this event, Andrew Torrance, named after, or the Torbots are named after this wonderful gentleman right here from Torrance, California. Torrance, please introduce our awards and take it away.
Thank you very much, Lawrence. Hello, Chezy Champs. Thank you very much. I'm Andrew Torrance. I'm the lead judge here. We've been doing Chezy Champs for 10 years. This is the 10th Chezy Champs. We've done awards at all of the Chezy Champs. We hope that the experience was as beneficial for all of your students as it was enjoyable for all of our judges to get to talk to them. And with that, let's give out our first award. The Most Improved Team Award celebrates a team who, in the endless pursuit of excellence, worked during the off-season or from year to year to improve their team, their robot, or their strategy. It is presented to the team who, in the judge's estimation, has demonstrated the most improvement from their FRC season performance or from season to season. This clever team took inspiration for their differential wrist from the community and executed it beautifully. Normally a difficult challenge, but life finds a way. Since their rookie season, they re-architected their software to utilize both commands and states. It has propelled them to great success this season, and especially here at Chezy Champs. Congratulations to Team 9450 Velocity Raptors. Fantastic. One more round of applause, please, for Team 9450, Velocity Raptors. Fantastic. Oh, they're still taking the pick. Still taking the pick. You got it? I just want to make sure you got it? Okay, you could follow up later. All right, let's keep it going. The Judges Award celebrates an exceptional team who doesn't fit into one of the other categories, but that the judges want to recognize nonetheless. This meticulous team wowed the judges without pause, telling the tale of their design process through comprehensive documentation. With their custom dashboard UI, custom April tag vision system, extensive use of simulation, and brownout limiting, their software team, one second, paper is hard. Their software team was aptly swinging from branch to branch. They've done so much it blew us away, we hope they have many imitators. You might say, FRC, FR-do. Congratulations to Team 846, the Funky Monkeys. Fantastic. One more round of applause for Team 846, the Funky Monkeys. Our next award is the Professionalism Award. The Professionalism Award celebrates the professionalism half of gracious professionalism. It is presented to a team who, through their actions on and off the field, gains the pride and respect of not just their grandmothers, but also their schools, sponsors, and co-competitors. This team has inspired the world with their streak and service. But what most may not know is how they use off-season clones to educate, empower, and excel. Professionalism is on full display through this team's community connections, including their sublime summer camps and sponsor relations. When life gives this team lemons, they show others how to make the lemonade. Congratulations, Team 1678, the Citrus Circuits. as one extra thing, Citrus Circuits have been attending all 10 Chezy Champs. 11? It's been 11? Oh, it has been 11, my bad. But I think they're the original winner of the Golden Corn Dog. And the Professionalism Award is, I think, the new version of that. I just want to hear, in a second here, a round of applause from the audience. If you yourself, your team, has been involved, interacted with, received inspiration from, been witness to the professionalism of the Citrus Circuits throughout the past 11 years. They really are a very quality team example program. All right. We are now going to present the Programming Award. The Programming Award celebrates a team whose innovative and effective use of software and controls gives them a demonstrable competitive advantage on the field. This team's software excellence starts before the match with a vision alignment system that lights up the crowd. We are big fans of how they keep their cameras cool and marry the use of both Megatag 1 and 2 for their 4 Coral Auton. To manage 2 intakes and 7 scoring positions, their state machine uses clearance poses to avoid collisions. The judges were particularly impressed by the team's heartfelt passions in demonstrating every feature, proving that they had the pulse of their bot. You better believe it, folks. The Programming Award goes to Team 694 StyPulse. Fantastic. Let's give one more round of applause to Team 694 StyPulse. Next, we have the Quality Award. The Quality Award celebrates machine robustness and attention to detail that clearly illustrates exceptional quality in the conception and execution of the design. This team's quality knows no bounds, springing them to great success this season and here at Chezy Champs. Their simple architecture features quality machined parts to tightly package minimal components and maximize robustness. Designing for repairability, the top half of the entire robot can be removed with just a single bolt and replaced in under 15 minutes. But that's enough of a wind-up. I think we all know this deserves to go to Team 2910 Jack in the Bot.
All right, teams in match. Number 13, you can put your robots on the field. 254, 2910, everybody else, go ahead.
Let's close out these awards here with a round of applause for all of the teams here at Chezy Champs competing. Thank you once again for your participation, your involvement, all of the excellent documentation you provided for us. And let's get back to the playoffs.
Playoffs?
Okay, let's start match intros. On the Red Alliance, we have team 254.
It's the Chezy Poofs.
Their partners, it's 2910.
Jack in the Bots.
And rounding it out, 972.
Iron Claw. Not on the field for the Red Alliance in this match is Team 8033 Highlander Robotics.
On blue, we're starting off strong with 9450.
It's the Velocity Raptors.
Their partners, 5468.
Chaos Theory.
And last but not least, it's 5940.
That's Bread. Not on the field for the Blue Alliance in this match is Team 2813, the Gearheads.
We have a thumbs up from our FTA. Drivers behind the lines. In 3, 2, 1, go!
And we are off in the final match of the lower bracket. Whoever wins this match is going to finals. Whoever loses this match is going home. We have Autonomous going very, very well here on the Red Alliance side. But so is Blue having a rather productive Autonomous. But the Red Alliance will still walk away with the lead as the drivers take those controls. 254, grabbing an algae up off the reef, already into the barge from the 5-time World Champions. 2910, the World Champions from 2025, going up to the barge as well. Meanwhile, on the Blue Alliance side, Velocity Raptors, algae in hand, as Blue Alliance going to be trying this processor strategy again, hoping these human players miss those shots into the barge, and it does happen. 9450 placing another one inside of the process for Blue Alliance. An extremely interesting strategic call over here from the Blue Alliance. Meanwhile, on red, 2910 searching for a coral, placing it on L2. 972 doing the same on L3. 254 placing another algae up as another bounce out from the Blue Alliance barge. This processor strategy really working out for this Blue Alliance. In fact, that's keeping them within, in fact, pulling them ahead of the Blue-Red Alliance. It is incredibly close here, folks, with 1 minute and 15 seconds left. 94-50, placing one inside of the barge, out processor again, and we have another bounce out from the barge. This strategy really, really working out for this Blue Alliance, but Red Alliance staying focused. This 254 and 97-2 scoring on this reef. Human players, shots coming up. This one making it in and good. Nice work from the Red Alliance human player. 210 to 194 in favor of the Red Alliance at the moment. 40 seconds left. Another bounce out from the barge on the Red Alliance side. 5940 placing inside of the processor yet again. 228 to 212 in favor of the Red Alliance still. Another bounce out coming from the human player, but that's okay. They're going to try it one more time. We have 20 seconds left in this match. 249 to 222. It's time to line up for those climbs. 972 getting lined up. Chaos Theory lined up for blue. Chaos Theory are up for blue. Jack and the Bot are up for red. We have a double climb on both sides of the field as time expires on playoff match number 13. And scores coming up from that match. It's your Red Alliance taking this one, 293 to 280. Alliance 1 is off to finals. And please help me in congratulating your number 3 seed Alliance, 94-50, 54-68. And their partners, they are off towards elimination. They have played amazing, but their competition has come to a close. It's now time to send it over to RSN for a breakdown of that match.
So, the number 1 seed advancing to the finals, but we see the back and forth already in this newly developing strategy that the 3 Alliance broke out here with the extra processor like Algae. We started to see some counterplay from the Red Alliance.
We're going to take you to the replay in a second, but first going to highlight the fact that Blue scored 16 processor Algae in this match, plus 2 net Algae, as opposed to 15 Algae ended up in the net on the Red Alliance,
it used
plus
to be
3 in the processor.
Every match in playoffs, it was like, okay, there are 18. If somebody has 8 and 10, there's the difference.
Yep.
Now, math.
Well, and I think the 2 net Algae from Blue were actually 254. Going to the bar, deciding, we're gonna try the processor thing, and then realizing that they're the only dude on Red trying the same strategy, and then giving up on it and going for the barge. I think that's where the 2 Blues came from for their net. Everything else from Blue goes straight into processor. Let's break this down a little bit more to see some of this Algae strategy that we've been having pop up. All right. Getting a look at the barge there. So 254 coming in with the Algae, trying to deliver it. And you can see that on the Blue Alliance, both 9450 and 5940 trying to overwhelm the human player from Jack in the Bot in the processor zone with just Algae galore. And she's throwing these shots up. They're going in for the most part, but at a certain point, the barge is starting to get a little bit overwhelmed. You can see it's stacked about 2.5 Algae high at this point. And some of these shots start to come back and rebound, and we start what's kind of like an Algae infinite of returning to play and becoming eligible for scoring. That is 6 points per Algae scored. Normally it's valued at 2 points apiece because of the barge offset, but once it's back in play, it's 6 points with no response.
One thing I think that I have not seen all season, we have seen this barge fill up, this net fill up over the course of the season. We've seen some of these kind of infinite cycles, but now we're seeing a new strategy from this human player here that I've never seen that I think is incredibly smart. They are intentionally overshooting a little bit. They're aiming for the back of the net there so that if and when they bounce out, because it's very full, it's going to end up on the red side of the field as opposed to continuing to bounce back to blue, go back in the processor, and be racking up points for their opponents.
And Red Alliance able to maintain focus over here, just keeping the reef filled with coral and placing the last couple of Algae into the net there and making sure that they were even on climbs.
Yeah, the Algae placement from 254 does end up coming at the trade-off of getting the deep climb. They all are only getting a park for that, but thankfully Blue Alliance matching them. Both teams running out of time here to really get everything completed the way that they wanted.
One of my favorite parts about Chezy Champs, I think, is that we're still seeing evolution on the game here. You may think we're done, may think we've seen every way to play Reefscape, but we're still seeing new stuff here this weekend, which is pretty fun.
Are we going to see that in finals?
I don't know. Maybe we'll see something brand new.
There could be untapped potential in this game. Nice time to find out well after championships.
Yeah. Well, the one team that we've seen really take advantage of this strategy, they did just get knocked out, so it's kind of up for grabs. And if anybody's going to try it, it's going to be kind of uncharted waters for them as we enter the finals of Reefscape here at Chezy Champs.
Both of these alliances played in match 11, a 2-point match, so it's going to come down to execution as the finals typically do at a high-level competition like Chezy Champs. Both of those alliances in that match really kind of fighting over Algae, and now the 1 seed has to sort of whip back into sort of normal mode in the finals.
It'll be interesting. We certainly will see. You have to be on the top of your game in every aspect of the game here. Auto is super important. How many coral can you actually get to stick on there during the autonomous period? Algae is a limited resource here. You have diminishing returns as you fill up the reef. How many L1 can you really score? Can you stack them neatly? Can you keep them on there? It's gonna come down to executing every single piece of this, and I think we'll see some really close matches. I hope we will.
We hope we will. We know we will. It's Chezy Champs. It's got to be great.
So as we move into finals, both alliances getting ready for this rematch of match 11. Now we're back. We are out of the double elimination bracket. We are back into best 2 out of 3. So one of these alliances will win 2 matches and will be crowned the victors, but lots of opportunity here. So many scores. We saw 50 and 54 scoring elements in their last matchup, so we can expect at least that many as we go through these last 3 matches.
If these alliances end up trying new strategies and kind of something unorthodox as we've seen to Reefscape, do you think it's going to come up in Finals 1 when they have a little bit of leeway for them to try something out, see if it sticks, if not, go back to kind of a normal operation for Reefscape? Or are we expecting things to kind of play it exactly like it was Einstein?
I think it is really a matter of preference and opinion. My personal opinion is to go out and do what you've practiced and do the thing that you do good, real good every time, right? And see if they can match that or beat that, and then adjust if that doesn't go your way the first time. But I know a lot of people have different opinions on that.
Well, we will find out what happens in these finals. We will take it down to the field to see teams get ready for Chezy Champs finals.
Thank you, Robo Sports Network. I may have been your lead judge, but tonight I'm your guest game announcer. That's right. Everyone here at Chezy Champs, let's make some noise. It's time for a human match. Who plays Reefscape better, the humans or the robots? We've done this before at other off seasons. Historically, it's been surprisingly close. Let's meet these teams. Never mind. Let's meet these humans. Starting off on the Red Alliance, it's Francis. Joining them, it's Kayla. Ayla, it's Ayla. And lastly, it's Kit. And human players on red, we have Sarah, Ian, and your master of ceremonies, Tom. Lawrence, let's meet the blue.
Let's start off strong for our Blue Alliance. We have the one, the only Jackson. His partner in the middle, he is stone cold and fearless. It's Fletcher. And rounding it out, 6'7", 265 pounds, it's Stanford University. Our human players, proud and strong, we have Adam Hirsch. Cheer for Adam. On the other side, we have Ed Jordan. And at the processor, the man who makes it all happen, Einstein champion, he's going to take us back to back to back. The streak starts here. It's Mike Corsetto!
All right, let's get these gates closed up. Humans, you must stay within the starting configuration. You must be starting on the line and within your starting configuration, please. All right, folks, let's count it down. Thumbs up, please. Starting this match in 3, 2, 1, go! Oh, these robots are so good on autonomous. We're having Algae scoring. Kid Chow, he's throwing him to Ayla.
The pipes are flying everywhere in the Blue Alliance.
Francis, this might be a 7 coral auto. The 7 coral mythical auto. Teleop starts.
And we're running out. Oh, robot out of combat defense.
Algae stealing immensely happening.
Francis committing penalties. Red card for the Red Alliance.
Algae right out of the barge. Fletcher gets 2 for blue. Oh, look at the score. Red's falling behind. They need much more coral. All the Algae's in the net. These human players in the processor didn't get any action.
Blue Alliance already rushing to fill the reef. We're going to get real-time scoring 175 to 116. It's Red's match to lose.
It's really
And Tom is on the field. Tom, a fourth robot, has entered the field. Self-sabotage. It's the worst of times.
The barge is being descored.
And he makes it in. We'll give that one to him.
Oh, this is a disaster. The flags are waving. Here comes
the humanity!
Wait a second, what's this? Kid Chow, he's removing the cages. Blue Alliance has nowhere to climb.
Oh my! Kid is disconnecting the blue cages. The cages have gone missing.
Oh, these field techs have used these chains all weekend long. Who can operate them faster?
It has turned into a cage fight on the Blue Alliance.
How is Blue up by 100 points? That score seems unrealistic. There's still unscored Coral on the field.
No more points for the Red Alliance. Stop the count. Stop the count. Red Alliance at 254 points.
There's still 30 seconds left. These two teams better protect their cages. What are we going to do? They seem a little tired. I think maybe these robots are browning out.
And Tom comes in with the top rope.
It's a barge bonanza here as the algae is being moved.
The barge buster Otto, he's at it again, and he's going for the call!
7 seconds left, count it down, folks. Can these get off the ground? 4, 3, 2, 1.
And that's your match!
Wow, oh wow, what a match. Perhaps our craziest human match yet. So many fouls, I can't even keep track.
I haven't seen dirty work like that since Vietnam.
Lawrence, I don't even know. Is what happens when your human player in the processor enters the field?
I think that's the secret endgame we've been hearing all about. They may have just discovered the first level of our next match.
Incredible plays here. And how about those autonomous modes? 15 seconds, 7 coral, 2 algae.
I don't even think Path Planner could plan a path like that. They didn't even know where they were going.
The vision systems on these robots were immaculate. Object tracking to the finest. All right, the referees have been not really deliberating, so apparently the scores are what they are. Let's see if we can get a commitment. This is a problem here, folks. We seem to have a lag in the submission of the scores. There's so many fouls. Chezy Arena is a little bit struggling here. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay, wait, Blue's coming out ahead on the fouls, maybe. We'll have to see the score here. Can we get this pushed to the big screen? Your winner, Blue Alliance! Double the world high score, 607 points. 607 Blue.
That is the power of Michael Corsetto.
Really, who scored the most points in this match? I think it was Tom for the other alliance.
I think that's so indeed. Tom Bottiglieri, folks, he knows how to lose matches.
All right, we hope you enjoyed that. We've got a couple minutes more until we make our way to the finals. In the meantime, let's take a breather.
All right, what a match. Let's throw it to the Robo Sports Network so they can tell us. Oh, I don't even know, man.
As in the previous matches between robots, we have finally seen new wrinkles in Reefscape. New strategies being attempted, cages being removed from carabiners, and coral being launched, and
algae descored from the net.
Yes. Yeah. That was one of the games of Reefscape of all time. Yeah. That was something.
Let's go to the replay.
Yeah, let's go to the replay. Let's see. Let's break this down. All right, right out of auto, everybody running off to their tasks. We see a phenomenal algae steal out of the Red Alliance. 3 for 3 on that algae, trying to see if they can get another one.
Some excellent long-range shots from Ayla over here on the Red Alliance.
And we'll note, not that much higher score than was actually done in real matches this year. So these human players not taking all the opportunities to get the bonus coral points in autonomous. But chaos immediately ensues as everybody is running and trying to get the algae, and that won't be a factor until later in the game.
I want to bring attention to something right here. You know, over here in this corner, we see Mike Corsetto practicing the shot. This just shows, you know, the viability of, you know, even if you're the fourth bot on the Alliance, making sure that you are prepared to step in wherever is necessary. He's rehearsing that shot, and it will come up towards the end of the game here.
As Tombot begins to descore Algae from the blue net, Algae becomes a factor again. Defense on Algae scores over here. We also see the batteries, as they were, starting to get to sort of a brownout position. All these robots moved much faster at the beginning.
Most of the fouls coming from human player infractions over in this corner for Red, trying to scoot the coral closer and closer. And, you know, we saw it on Einstein. The matches were finishing up towards the last few seconds. We still got a minute remaining, and people are trying to figure out what to do.
So we see here the battle over the cages, sort of a cage match, attempting to remove and then replace the cages in anticipation of the end game, which was the climbers that we saw here were not exactly the kind of climbers that we saw during the season from teams.
Robots definitely starting to get slower. Perhaps we should speed up the replay a little bit here, get to the end. All game elements are done here until they come back out.
And wouldn't you know it, right over here in the corner, Mike Corsetto getting the rebound, shooting that algae. Sacramento Kings signed this man. He has been waiting for that for ages.
And the climb attempts for the end of the match kind of overshadowed by the sheer number of fouls that were given to the teams for various human player infractions.
Looks like a lost connection there from Kit Chow. If only he was using radios by Vivid Hosting.
So with that, we move into matches between the robots that have been playing really well all weekend, which is a slight contrast. So the 1 Alliance versus the 6 Alliance. After Alliance selections, we know that Chezy Champs offers opportunities for lower-seeded alliances to put together a really strong setup, but here they are. Again, as last year, number 1 seed against a low-seeded alliance, but really showing their power, the number 6 seed as the Red Alliance in finals.
We've already had one very close match between these two alliances in match 11, I believe. They were only 2 points difference, decided that match there. So what do you think we'll see? Any strategy changes in this match?
I think if there's anything that I would change, maybe there's something to be said about how Blue can play around 604. They do seem to be the only source loader on this entire field for this match. Everybody else with some sort of ground intake or handoff system. 604 does have a little bit of that liability in needing to go to the source. However, they made it here through the upper bracket, clearly proving that it's not that big of a liability. Just got to get good, get around them.
Well, we've seen 604 play through defense pretty well in qualifications and in playoffs. So possibly the worst thing that you could do is send a defender over that doesn't affect the offensive robot. So it might not be worth the risk here for the Blue Alliance, who may just be looking to have a clean match themselves.
Absolutely. At this level of play, it is really hard to deny as many points as one of these robots could score. They're just so capable. There's so many cycles that happen over the course of this match with how short the cycles are that, it is really challenging to be effective enough at defense, but it is something that we could possibly see.
I think my hot take for this match is it's just going to come down to whoever has the cleaner auto. They're going to be the ones who pull ahead, and they're going to remain ahead for the remainder of the match. I don't think it's going to get much simpler than that. It's just nail the first 15 seconds, and you're set for life.
I believe, I may be mistaken, but I believe in match 11 that the number 1 alliance was ahead coming out of auto and still lost the match. So I will be really interested to see if you're right.
I think we'll all be interested to see how these finals play out. These two tremendous alliances duking it out. Let's go down to the field for introductions.
After an exhilarating human match, we are getting ready for the finals. Before we can do our team introductions, before we can play the matches, and before we can finally see who our 2025 Chezy champions are, we need to be gracious professionals and shake hands. That's what we do. We're all gracious professionals here. We want to shake each other's hands, give each other high fives, celebrate the wonderful teams here in our finals. So, drive teams, when you're ready, please come on down to the front. Both of y'all. What was that? They didn't hear? Come on, handshake. Last person to shake hands, I drive their robot. This is not the match you want me to do that. Oh, all right, hold on. We don't have, Blue Alliance is too slow. Trip them real quick. While these teams are getting ready, I'll do the typical time waster. Who wants the Blue Alliance to win? What about the Red Alliance? One more time, what about blue? And red? I'm sorry, but we're going to go off audience participation rules from 2016. I think red just won that one.
All right.
So let's bring out the trophies. Congratulations, Red Alliance. Sorry, Blue, you didn't cheer hard enough.
Why don't you introduce your teams? I think we're good.
All right. So let's start introducing these teams. Over on the Red Alliance, our Alliance captain, Team 604.
Quicksilver.
.604 picked their first pick team. They are 5-8-1.
The Blazing Bulldogs.
And they had to make it the dream team. We have all the way from Southern California, 9408.
The Warren Warbots.
And it doesn't stop there. They know champions are made with the fourth team, Team 841.
The Biomex.
All right, Andrew. Those teams are great and all, but I've got four teams over here who I think maybe have the edge a little bit. We're going to start with five-time world champion, Team 254.
The Chezy Poofs.
Their partners, world champions this year for the first time ever. More importantly, number one in my personal top 5 rating of robots, which I think is the definitive ranking of robots, 2910.
Jack in the Bot.
Their partners, 972.
Iron Claw.
And another up-and-coming California powerhouse to be 8033.
Highlander Robotics.
All right, teams, we're going to meet in the middle in a show of gracious professionalism. Walk by each other, handshake, fist bump, whatever you like. Let's go.
We have a thumbs up from our FTA. Finals match number 1. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go!
69 qualification matches, 13 playoffs has led to these two alliances coming out on top, fighting to be our Chezy champions. 254 getting beached on a piece of algae during the autonomous period, potentially spelling out disaster, but their partners aid them off the algae, and Blue maintains its lead of 86 to 68 out of the autonomous period. Red Alliance machines dropping off pieces of algae up towards the net. Blue Alliance looking to do the same. Poofs, Jack in the Bot, and Iron Claw each with one piece of algae each. Both alliances making a concentrated effort on filling up their respective net with algae. A little bit of coral action now being seen from the Red Alliance. 604 with a piece of level 4 coral, followed by their partners, the Warbots. Meanwhile, on the blue side of the field, Jack in the Bot chasing down a rogue piece of algae, but they get it in the end and toss it up where it snugly rests within the confines of the net. Score is now 152 to 128 with the red at a slight advantage, but blue still has a minute and 10 seconds left in which anything can happen here. 604 and the Warbots both looking to fill up that Red Alliance reef. Blue side doing the same as well. Jack in the Bot looking to pick up a piece of coral from off the ground, heading on over to an empty level 2 branch. 604, they're working on neatly stacking pieces of coral in the trough in preparation for the end game when all the branches are full. Just a reminder, folks, the neater you stack pieces of coral in the trough, the more you can fit. And 604 seems to understand this concept to a T. Look at those neat stacks on the Red Alliance trough. Meanwhile, Blue Alliance still working on some of those empty branches. 254 not quite moving. Let's hope they're able to get moving and climb up on that cage in the end of the match. But in the meantime, all three red robots up in the air. Blue robots attempting to match Iron Claw up. Jack in the Bot popping up like their name. 254 not quite getting it as the match comes to a close. We'll be back with your official results in just a moment. Scores coming up on the board for final match 1. This one going to the Red Alliance with a score of 259 to 247. Red Alliance taking the advantage here, but Blue still in it. Possible to come back. They just need to win the next one and bring it to a tiebreaker. We're gonna head on over to the RSN desk for a detailed match breakdown.
So despite a record auto there from the Blue Alliance, some disruption, getting stuck on algae during that match, and then looked like 254 had some drive issues.
Yeah, I think you might have seen a little bit of nerves come up to play there when you're playing at this high level, right? You got a lot of a lot to contend with emotionally. And I think that sometimes when you start going, maybe something goes a little wrong. You saw 29-10 kind of like bounce off the reef a little bit, get stuck 254, immediately going into action in unbeaching them. But once you throw off that rhythm, which we've seen all weekend, it's tough to make up ground on that. And then a little bit later in the match, it seemed like 254 was facing some challenges. Aiden, what do you say about it?
Yeah, I made the prediction going in that the team that was leading out of Autonomous was going to just play it cleanly for the rest of the game. Apparently not. Apparently we had to throw Algae into the mix. And those C mines kind of coming up for both 254 and 2910. So they had a super strong Autonomous phase. You can see that overwhelming presence on level 4 and level 3, marked by the yellow chunks on the reef. On the blue side of the field, and then after that, they never got their mojo back. They hit an Algae, they got stuck. 2910 had to release them, and then 5 seconds later, 2910 gets stuck. 254 has to release them, and then 254 just at some point after getting stuck, the drive base, as we said, it wasn't quite working. They weren't moving sideways, but they were wasting time and just could not get the coral finished up. We can see them getting just overwhelmed in presence as we go into those teleop with the color matching scores here. 16-4 on L1. That L1 does make just all of the difference here. Blue just could not catch a break. Hopefully it's just some unlucky bounces and they'll be able to spring right back into it going into the finals too.
Yeah, and I think looking at this match from like a purely algae side of things, right? Like both alliances played it very safe with that in terms of trying to do that execution very early, but you can find that the importance of that, right? Like if it doesn't go perfectly to plan and you see these high level matches, if you're not getting them in the net as quickly as you possibly can, it can come back to bite you.
Red Alliance showing their consistency. This is pretty much the same that they scored in the previous matchup in match 11. So they're sort of setting the back wall here, and now Blue Alliance on the back ropes, having to bring their level of game up beyond what Red Alliance has been able to consistently show.
Yeah, when I took a little bit of a break earlier, I went down and talked to a couple of the coaches and students from 581, and I asked, like, oh, how are you going to play it? And they had mentioned, we're just going to go out there and we're going to do our thing, kind of the same thing. And we saw that in this match. They were really going out and they're doing the exact same thing again, which is reminiscent of the high-level matches where you want to get in that rhythm and you want to develop almost a play-by-play, probably more than we've ever seen in an FRC game before, right? Like you're coming out of auto and you have basically a script that you're following. And I think the Red Alliance really had that teed up and we're executing perfectly on it.
Yeah, the number 6 Alliance here really just able to stick to that flow chart that is Reefscape at this level, and that flow chart gameplay, getting everything done. And it's not like for Blue, there was any one thing that they could have done different, right? It was a stack up. Even if they had gotten that deep climb instead of that park, even if they had matched the coral perfectly, right? It's not one thing that you can change about that match. It's a whole mess of things that just the flow chart kept deviating for them.
Yeah, and I think it's important to note that, any of these problems, you can't ever really point, like there's no blame to happen with them, right? Like if you're just driving in a piece of algae just like happens to bounce and skitter in front of your way, how do you practice avoiding that if it's like out of your control? And I think we just saw a couple of moments like that for the number 1 seed.
So looking to continue their clean matches, the number 6 Alliance is up 1-0 in finals, and the number 1 Alliance looking to push it to a rubber match in finals match 2, but for now we'll go back down to the field to get ready.
All right, I'm Nick down here on the field. I'm the event director, and I'm here to present the volunteer award for Chezy Champs. So over the years, I've had the honor of giving out a number of these different awards, and for 2025, I want to do something a little different with this. So way back when we started Chezy Champs in 2014, it was just an idea for a new type of off-season. And this year's volunteer award recipient was and has been the singular driving force beyond making that idea real. They work behind the scenes and behind the camera to bring you, well, pretty much everything you see here. In Chezy Champs' 11-year history, they've put in, I'm confident, more hours than anybody else to bring you everything you see here. They make the production happen year after year, always stepping in wherever asked and whenever needed to fill in the holes before, during, and after the event. You've seen them on the practice field, at pit admin, at concessions, on the playing field, and even at the robot photo booth. Please join me in thanking and congratulating the recipients of this year's Volunteer Award, the students of Team 254 and Bellarmine College Prep. You guys. All y'all, come up, even if you're volunteers. Students of Team 254. Yeah. All right, thanks. And with that, we'll head it back to the field.
Just a small town girl.
All right, let's meet the teams for finals. Match number 2. Red took the first match. Blue was pretty close, even with a broken robot. So we'll see how this one goes. Let's start off with 9408. It's the Warbots. The Alliance captain 604, Quicksilver. And their partners 581, the Blazing Bulldogs.
Not on the field for the Red Alliance in this match is Team 841, the Biomex.
All right, down on this side of the field, they're looking to defend this turf. It's 254, the Chezy Poofs. Their partners 2910,
Jack in the Bots.
And rounding out this Blue Alliance 972,
it's Iron Claw. Not on the field for the Blue Alliance in this match is Team 8033, Highlander Robotics.
All right. Finals match 2, Chezy Champs 2025. If Red wins, they're the champions. If Blue wins, we've got one more. And we are about ready to get this rocking and rolling. So drivers, get behind those lines and let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go!
And we are off here for finals match number 2 here at Chezy Champs 2025. Red Alliance looking to seal the deal. Blue Alliance looking to take it to finals match number 3. All 3 robots on all sides springing to life. We are currently tied. Red Alliance with a potential slim advantage. No, we are tied as the robots enter the teleop portion of this match. 9408 going up to the barge for Red, as are 581, the Blazing Bulldogs. 254, the 5-time world champions, also up to the barge, as are 2910, their 5th Chezy Champs finals appearance in a row. Furious activity on both sides of this field. It's an algae focus as this match gets underway. 9408 going up to the barge for the Red Alliance. 604 doing the same. 581 placing the last algae remaining on the Red Alliance side of the field. Now it's all coral from here on out for this Red Alliance. 2910 placing the last algae on the field up into their barge. It's the Blue Alliance with an advantage as we enter about 90 seconds left in this match. But the Red Alliance is looking to change that and catching up. 148, 147. It is unbelievably close here in finals at Chezy Champs. All 3 Blue Alliance robots working on the reef simultaneously. All 3 Red Alliance robots working on their reef simultaneously. The top 2 levels of the reef are nearly full on the Red Alliance side. The top 2 levels of the reef are full on the Blue Alliance side. Blue Alliance with a slim advantage right now, 194, 181. Well, about a minute left to go in Finals 2 here at Chezy Champs. Top 2 levels of the reef filled on the Red Alliance side. Top 3 levels of the reef filled on the Blue Alliance side. 3 points the margin right now with 45 seconds remaining in this match. It's now all L1 over on the Blue Alliance side of the field. Iron Claw, Chezy Poofs, and Jack in the Bot all scoring as the Red Alliance pulls ahead of Blue with 30 seconds left. This is an unbelievable match here, folks. 230, 224 the scores as we enter 20 seconds left in this match. That sound means we have 20 seconds left in finals match number 2. 9408 getting lined up. 972 getting lined up. 10 seconds remaining in finals match number 2. We've got 254 in the air, 9408 in the air, 581, 604, all robots in the air as time expires on finals match number 2.
if artists said it's trade the trophies, if it's
Dude, I'm driving 36 hours. I'm partying here for a week. We're going to Winchester Mystery House. I'm picking up a Shark game. We're going to the Warriors game. This is crazy.
And the scores are in for Chezy Champs finals match number 2. Introducing your Chezy Champs 2025 champions, Alliance number 6. That is teams 581, the Blazing Bulldogs, 604, Quicksilver, 9408. The Warbots, and 841, the Biomex. Congratulations on taking Chezy Champs 2025.
All right, everyone, we're going to hand out some hardware. Congratulations to the winners, the Red Alliance. We are going to start with our finalists. Team 254, finalists, come on down to get your trophy. 254. 254, please come get your trophy. Somebody, Sharia, come on down. 2910, their second alliance partner. 8033. And 972. Congratulations to the finalists. And now, on the winning alliance of Chezy Champs 2025, Team 604. Team 604, please come get your trophy. And their partner, Team 581, the Blazing Bulldogs. And Team 9408, the Warren Warbots. And last but certainly not least, Team 841, the Biomex. Well, that was a pretty wild last match. I want to welcome back for one last time this weekend our friends at the Robo Sports Network. What do you have to say about that last match?
Thanks again for having us, Chezy Champs. Congratulations again to the 6-seeded alliance winners of the 2025 Chezy Champs. I would like to thank everybody who was on the crew for RSN, at the desk and behind the desk. Izzy, Sarah, Steph, Evan, Jared, Francis, Alex, Dave, Steve, me, and Aiden. We have had a fantastic time as always, and we will see you again next year.
All right, everybody. Thank you so much for coming to Chezy Champs this year. We had a great time. I hope you all had a great time. The matches were awesome. The teams are awesome. We will see you again next year, 2026. Have a nice year.